7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And the Stiefel dossier, Doug, is a living, breathing document that is being created before our very eyes this morning.
No fooling.
Yep.
What's being changed?
Papers?
We got hot news coming in?
Nothing's being changed, just things being added.
I see.
This just into the desk of Jack B.
Okay.
Was that a courtesy chuckle?
That was a courtesy chuckle. That's a great read. Wow. He had 7-8 suited. Good hand to have some equity with, but you came over the top and he decided to lay it down. Nice play. Really nice play. You can make a nice play if you want to text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Here's the problem, though, for you. If you did not change your name over the last week, you can't change your name again until October 1st. That's Jackson's policy. Okay. We respect Jackson's policy.
Yes, and I appreciate you respecting it.
Well, it seems like we're all on the same page this morning.
Well, they're not necessarily happy at CC, you are idiot. That's from Jay Killa. CC DeVille, lead guitarist Poison. Look what the cat dragged in. Jackson ranked him as the second most attractive member of Poison on the front of that album.
Did I go Bret Michaels 1?
Yeah.
Nice. Glad I did
Name
that.
a third.
I don't know. They all looked like pretty similar in that on the front of that album. A lot of long hair and glitter.
Right.
Okay.
Which I'm not saying I'm against. I've talked about myself wearing glitter, but
you wear glitter makeup from time to time.
Well,
and a lunch date.
Well, that's
kind of ended that relationship, though, didn't it?
Yeah, before you even got a chance to start.
Jay Killer is back. Y'all are great. Unsportsmanlike is awful. It's from Jay Killer. So CC is a person on unsportsmanlike?
Chris Canty, I believe.
All right. So this is not CC DeVille.
Okay.
The attractive lead guitarist from Poison. This is Chris Canty on Unsportsmanlike, who Jay Killa is not happy with, but he's delighted by this presentation.
Okay.
Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over throughout the course of the program. That is, you open up that YouTube app on your phone, you type in TMA STL, the next thing you know, you're watching the show. Then there's the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Heimblum's gag order is talking to Zach Zane, who's talking to Jake and St. Genevieve, who's talking to Doug's Massive Gong, MD 2020, and John Scores and the TMA remote lamp. They're all in there already talking it over. How great is that?
Well, I guess
they get up and they talk to friends.
I guess it's good, yeah.
It's like a cocktail lounge. It's like a speakeasy.
I can't imagine why you would get up this early just to chit-chat on a text line for a radio show, but we're happy they're there, sure.
Seem to kind of dismiss him and then say,
Martin, you are on today.
Mm-hmm. I'm locked and loaded. I actually think we should do a good STL audit today. We want to open the phones. What are you fired up about? What are you mad about? It's a great time of year. Let's move forward. You're sick of Mo. He's gone.
Oh.
Mizzou's 2-0. They're ranked.
Yeah.
ILL?
Yeah, we're going to have a playoff game on a Friday in Champaign, Mizzou, Illinois.
Bill. Oh, Bill. Papers, how would you handle it?
Mizzou, Illinois, college football playoff. It's in Columbia or in Champaign?
Martin said it's in Champaign. He already announced it.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I would want to go. I think I would want to watch on television. I think I would like.
What about a national championship game? Would you want to be there? Are you going to do the same thing?
That seems like Super Bowl-y kind of corporate.
You wouldn't go if you could?
I wouldn't want to.
I have to tell you, Jackson just had a great take. Doug, this show is firing on all cylinders this morning.
I don't know. I think you'd absolutely want to be at the national
Super
championship
Bowls,
game.
I mean, I've only been to one. So it's like I can speak to, but they do kind of. It's like a Clayton cocktail party.
Or a lot of guys who work for Visa. They're walking around with lanyards.
Yeah, look here's my selfie for my Instagram.
It's Lanyard Fest. That's a great call.
Lanyard Fest.
It's a Lanyard
Fest.
It's a
Woodstock was Lanyard Fest.
It's a Lanyard Fest, and like those nice lanyards with the full buckles. And I just have I want if I got free tickets and free travel.
Social climbers? Are you saying social climbers?
Self-promoters.
And they're janky?
All of them.
But some of the corporate types are not social climbers. It's just they get to go. Hey, Bill, you going to the game? Yeah. Are you a fan of the Packers or Patriots? No, I'm with Cintas, and we've got a box.
Right. Like the night before, there's like a networking event in the hotel lobby. Pass. I'm not doing that.
It has become an event for the super rich all around the country.
Right. So like
But that would ruin it for
it's
you?
devoid of any soul. Like, I don't know. Like,
Devoid of any soul.
Gosh.
Could be the title of the segment.
But if I'm going to
show is
spend
devoid of
ridiculous money on college football stuff, I'd rather go to a regular season game like at like a Neyland Stadium and really get that experience as opposed to kind of a watered down, diluted corporate feel that would be like Atlanta, for a national
I
championship.
know what you're saying, but if you're there with your buddies and it's that big a
get
game,
your oatmeal and herb and
I
private citizen
think
Pete.
you can let that element, the devoid of soul, be for everybody else. Those guys who were corporate.
Sure. If I'm not spending my own money, yeah. I mean,
But if you're going to spend the money, you want a different experience.
I would allocate it differently, yeah.
All right, well, let's you and me go to Auburn. Let's go.
That'd be
War
great.
Eagle. All right.
I'm supposed to go to that.
All right, you got to go.
Yeah,
Just
I've
go.
never been, and it's spelled Jordan Hare, but it's pronounced Jordan Hare. Am I correct on that, Doug?
I believe that's true. Yeah.
Do you have a problem with something being
I
spelled
don't like
Jordan
it.
Hare?
Yeah, I don't like it
But
at
being
all.
pronounced Jordan Hare?
No, I don't care for it.
And Jeff Fisher's son was on the team, maybe, did they win the national championship? And then they started drafting all the Auburn players, and Les Snead went to Auburn. All of a sudden, then Trey Mason, who Mizzou fans remembered, was on the team. Felt like they drafted him. And then that Greg Robinson, was he Auburn too?
Yeah, I think he was.
Prior to the
It was a
championship.
great pick.
Wasn't
Is he in
really,
Canton?
wasn't
I don't
really
think
much of a
so, no.
football player, but fair enough.
A high draft pick, though. Well, I'm disappointed to hear you don't want to go see Mizzou play in the national championship game.
I understand your take. I do understand it.
Yeah,
I think I could talk you into
Also,
going.
football on television is like they kind of have perfected it. They kind of nailed it. Like when you watch on TV at home, you get all the analysis. If something happens, like there's so many times on football field, you're like, I don't know what's going on. You need the broadcasters there to help you out. In a game of that magnitude, I never want to be like lost.
I want the Super Bowl to be the Lions and Bills because it probably draws the less corporate crowd. Imagine the lanyards walking into the game as an upstate New Yorker jumps through a flaming table holding the Labatt Blue. That's from Alan Dadeville. Auburn sucks.
It doesn't matter who's in the Super Bowl.
There's
It's gonna
still
going
gonna
to
be all
crowd.
corporate
It's
types.
still a
Yes.
game for the super rich. When tickets, the low end now are what, a couple thousand? Then it's always going to be the upper crust of America being there.
Where is the Super Bowl this year? Where is the college football playoff championship game? I feel like one of them's in Atlanta, but maybe I'm off on that. Does anybody see
Is
my
Santa Clara
is there a
the
Santa
Super
Clara?
Bowl? Maybe. I want to say it's
2026 is in Santa Clara.
Where is the college football? So we can get your
CFP
tickets now.
National
Go
Championship.
Houston.
Tim's going Houston. It is in Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens.
Okay.
Close.
That's good for escorts.
For escorts?
Yeah. The Santa Clara thing, I don't know on that. I don't know how that plays. I've never been to that stadium.
If not, it's kind of, San Jose, people say, oh, you're in San Francisco. You're not.
But you're not.
You're way far from San Francisco, and the stadium is beautiful. It's kind of tucked away. That feels very corporate
been?
down there, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice, but it feels kind of generic, the area.
Tough
that
for escorts.
That's what I was thinking.
You're going
But
to
if you've
these
got a
games for the
lanyard, it
call
means you're in
girls?
business.
Well, I think a big part of the Super Bowl is the escort season.
It is?
And the hotel bars, which oftentimes, if you're doing a Venn diagram, a lot of overlap there. Yeah, I'll do a Venn diagram, post it on Twitter tweets. You can follow the Twitter tweets, TMASTL. We got to do any Gallup polls. What's better for the escort scene, Super Bowl or college football
I
playoff?
don't know.
Best city for escorts.
We'd have to think Vegas, am I right?
It's Super Bowl
I would
occasions.
imagine.
It's absolutely Vegas.
Yeah, I feel good about that play. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And Martin, you want to get a pulse of the city on the Callier and Thompson
I think
phone
on
lines?
occasion, now we'll take a call here or there, but I feel like today, Doug, we really need to vet the audience.
Okay.
Wow, we got a lot going on already. I didn't even know. Chairman Carl, all you got to do is just hold up that phone because then it lets me know I need to look at my phone because that's how he communicates who's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. You can also participate with other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Professor Roy Hinckley is talking to Jake in St. Genevieve, who's talking to Libby, Jackie DiCaprio, and Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter, and the St. Louis Bears fan who says the Bears stink and I'm sad.
They always stink. I tried to warn you.
You said
about
it
that.
the other day. I was in the car, onboarding let out early, and I heard you say the Bears suck.
If
And
you're-
you just kept saying it, and I thought, I know what he means.
I went to bed, combination of NyQuil. I think it's bad if you're taking NyQuil like 7 nights in a row, along with a potpourri of pills. And then when I blow my nose, it's blood. Is that bad?
Gosh, yes.
Probably need to text my doctor. Because that's been going on for a while, too. Jackson, you just look concerned right there.
Well, you sound like a Civil War soldier.
Blood coming out of the snoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I was driving here today, I was kind of thinking, that probably is. It's not Snots the cat. It's
It's probably just dry. Your nose is all dry.
I guess. I don't know, but this is a week's worth. Anyway, so I'm going to bed early, and the Bears were up. And if the Bears cover, getting their 1.5 points, I go 5-2. Stalter goes 5-2. Riz goes 5-2 on the FanDuel spread zone. And we're just printing money. It's printing
Oh,
fast.
really? Okay.
But then I wake up and I'm like, they lost. And they lost by 3, so we didn't cover. So I went 4-3. Stalter and Riz went 5-2. Still a nice week for the podcast, don't get me wrong, but I would like to go, what the hell? Oh, I watched the highlights on Scott Van Pelt. What the hell happened there?
J.J. McCarthy came to life. He was bad in the first half. I mean, really bad. And then the fourth quarter, he couldn't do anything wrong. He was a different player.
Tip of the cap, I guess.
There's so many cold takes that you could get burned on. You know, freezing cold takes likes to print them. If you don't tweet them, you're fine. I was in the office last night, and I said, God, I don't know. What if this McCarthy's no good? How would you like to have Jefferson on your fantasy team? And all of a sudden, the old Vikings came to life.
Here come the Vikings.
And the Bears just always find a way. There was a tweet late night. It was Buck and Aikman. We're on with Van Pelt. And I think they did a hit where they said, listen, Bears fans, this is different. You got Ben Johnson. You got Hope. This is, it's a tough loss. But basically, this is not the same old Bears. And all of the replies were like, you don't get it. We suck. The Bears suck. They're already done with Ben Johnson.
Chairman Kurt, I see you just posted in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat that Theo Weiss had 3 more receiving yards in week 1 than Luther Burden.
Yeah, I kind of was of the opinion that Theo Weiss would make a better NFL wide receiver. And
how many receiving yards did he have?
Theo Weiss?
Yes.
0.
Okay, and Burden at -3.
Burden had 1 catch for -3. I'm with you. I think Thies is at least every bit as good as Burden.
Ooh, I like that.
I think he was at Mizzou, too. He didn't make the spectacular play that Burden made, but he was just as consistent or even more so.
Yeah.
But if you're counting on the Bears to win a game for you, mister, you got it bad and that ain't good.
I would imagine that my whole reason for picking the Bears wasn't based on anything football related. It's based on gambling and the way that the world works, that a lot of people, the squares who lost money over the weekend, are going, oh my God, I'm down a bunch of money. I got to get out of the hole. Holy crap, the Vikings are only favored by a small amount against the butt-ass Bears. And then the way the world works, somehow the Bears win the game. But alas, many, I would imagine, in the square community got out of that gambling debt hole with the Vikings comeback. And that makes me feel good. All that does, though, is set you up to get banged this weekend, brother.
Now, do they have conventions and things, this square community? Do they get together and party?
Jackson, where do the squares get together?
Like what area of the world?
Okay.
Well, is there a city that they might gather for their convention?
What
We
location?
are the squares.
Speakeasy?
Come take our money.
We are the
How else
squares.
did
We
you
are the
read?
squares.
Yeah, we are the world. Lionel Richie?
Are you on something today?
What?
He wasn't paying attention.
The question
we
that
were
was
talking about
posed. Hold
square.
on. Hold
but
on.
the question was where, which would define
The
like
question was
city
so
area.
ludicrous. The question was, where
For
do the
sure, this whole
squares
show's
gather?
ludicrous.
What the hell kind of question is that? You want me to answer that?
Everything said on this show is ludicrous.
I know, but I'm trying to come up with something at least somewhat interesting to reply with.
So
How am I supposed to? I
Why
was
do you hate
back in the
Doug's
corner.
question? He asked where the square, if there's a convention.
Oh, Paducah.
There you go. That's
not a bad
that's
place.
It. That's a
Yeah.
great
That's the
answer.
Cape Girardeau market, even though they're not
think it is.
necessarily right by each other?
Yeah.
That's fun. Doug, do you want the legend of Columbia, who, according to CC City Broiler, berated the Mater D when she wouldn't give him a table on my behalf, or Chairman Stephen Wildwood, the 2023 TMA Listener of the Year? It's your Sadie Hawkins on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, because Martin wants to get a pulse of the community via the phone lines.
Well, I guess as a former listener of the year, Steve would trump everything.
I
He'd
love
go
Steve.
first.
I think the legend's in play because we can't. What if he hangs
We'll
up?
get to it. Maybe Steve will keep his comments brief.
Good
There's
morning,
0%
Chairman.
chance.
Steve. Okay, all
That's
right,
that
don't
kind
get
of
hurt.
enthusiasm that made him the listener of the year.
All right.
Actually, can you put me back on hold and put the legend on? I want to hear his explanation.
Okay, we can do that. All
What do they
right.
do in Congress, Doug? They cede their time.
I'll yield my time to the gentleman
I
from
appreciate
Connecticut.
that.
This is the gentleman from mid-Missouri,
Okay.
the legend from Columbia. Legend, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hello, legend.
Doug, do we call him?
Hey,
Or?
can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you. What's up?
All right. So, first off, I want to know, Tim, was it not the best steak you've ever had, yes or no?
It wasn't.
It was not. Okay.
I mean, it was good. It was good. I mean, it just wasn't the best. If you set the bar there, it wasn't the best.
That
I've
was a
ever
kind of
had.
a no hedging Frank question. You had no
Right.
choice
Yeah.
but to answer.
But I mean,
to it.
if you're going to ask that, I'm going to give you a direct answer. I've been deposed many
No, that's
times.
cool. And which kind of steak did you get?
I got the steak Sinatra, as did my wife.
Sinatra. Phenomenal. Okay, cool. All right. So, that woman completely overblew how that conversation went. I'm going to be completely honest.
Okay.
Now,
She said you
I
berated her.
do come up. I did not berate her. Absolutely not. But I have a lot of energy in my voice and when I talk. And she was, to be honest, she had like other phone calls she had to take. So she was like, I'm not sure. You have to call back tomorrow. And I just answered. I was like, it's not a big deal, but I would like to be able to do something nice for somebody that's, that works for ESPN in St. Louis. It wasn't a big deal. She took it way out of proportion.
What was your line? Walk us through the call that you made. What were you hoping to attain? Tell us how it went.
To be honest, there's a waitress that I've known that works there for a long time, and I was hoping to get her on the phone, but I don't think she was there that early.
Hello, Vivian?
I didn't get to that point.
Was it Vivian?
Huh?
Was it Vivian?
No.
Oh,
Doug, is that Viv Vance?
Vivian Vance. I Love Lucy.
No. But anyway,
Thank you so much.
the conversation went very quickly. And yeah, I may have come off a little abrasive just because she wasn't giving me the time of day. And to be honest, I've ate there for years. I've lived in that town for 21 years.
We're the
And
legend.
it was just kind of like, all right, fuck. I was like, sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that.
Oh,
And Jackson,
no.
I think there might have been an F
No.
word in there.
Yeah, you got to mic me out now. But no, to be honest, it wasn't a big deal. And then at the same time, I had something else come up. I wasn't able to call back. But I'm really glad that you got to go.
Thank you.
And in the end, you ended up going exactly where I had suggested. I think that's pretty awesome. And to be honest, I didn't expect everyone to really give it
Careful.
about what I had to say because most people don't know who I am. Obviously, self-proclaimed because the legend is not written yet. The legend is still being built.
Oh, Tim, the legend is still being.
Tell us how you partied Saturday night after that Mizzou win. What does a legend do in Columbia?
I did go to my house and I went to Piano Bar and I made the rounds.
Are you aware of this sewage situation?
Yeah, actually I was. I ended up going to Piano Bar the rest of the night.
And they had sewage as well?
No sewage. No sewage.
I didn't get into the
Piano
men's
bar
room. I
just
love a
like
good
that.
glory hole, as you know, Doug.
Oh, they don't exist.
But my wife said that is 2 inches deep of raw sewage in the women's
Oh,
room.
gosh.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Those kids they go hard. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't put it past them. Actually, here's one thing I would like to say about the weekend. I think it was the best part of the weekend. I was able to meet Noah Gillian, who was able to ring his cancer-free bell at halftime. But I had met him at SEC Nation before that when he got to talk with Tim Tebow. To be honest, that was probably the highlight of the weekend. That kid, everything that he's had to go through, I just think it was pretty awesome. They were able to bring him out. That was the best part of my weekend. I don't know about you guys. But thanks for taking my call, and I'm really glad you enjoyed CC Steakhouse.
Thank you, legend. Now, how come you haven't been in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat? They've been looking for you.
Well, I can't do it every morning. I got 2 kids I got to take care of, and I'm working my butt off. So, but I do come in when I can.
All right.
All right, sir.
He'll be back in there. Michelob Ultra YouTube
Tim,
chat.
after allegedly berating the hostess, he was going to call back, but then things came up. So he wasn't able to call back.
That as well.
But don't be a stranger, legend.
Hey,
Chairman.
man, I appreciate you guys. You guys.
Wow, he's still there.
Well, all right,
Then Jackson,
fella.
then Jackson.
Okay.
Jackson just popped it
I
I
right
honestly
there.
couldn't tell if he
Bumpy
swore.
landing.
He was just kind of like
Bumpy landing.
it wasn't. Chairman Steve, do you feel good about yielding your time for that call?
Okay. God bless it.
No, I didn't. That was a bad explanation. I'm sure he berated her worse. I mean, why would the gal lie about it? I just don't know.
Yeah.
Like, he was obviously really bad to her. That was probably stupid, but whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
I wanted you to get more into. He has kids.
Well, that was kind of at the end there, and I thought that was an upset.
Yeah, that was like. I mean, he was. I don't know. Whatever. But
Still able to hit the bar scene, though.
yeah. How about them Tigers, huh?
Fight Tiger.
Well, it looks like Jerry Jones made a huge mistake. Dallas lost. Green Bay won. Micah got a sack. You guys won't even talk about it.
Doug, that
We're
is
cowards.
interesting. Why won't you talk about Micah Parsons?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
You
he's
guys
not that big a deal
big
for our-
Jerry Jones.
Okay.
You like Jerry now that you saw the documentary. Huh,
I agree
Doug?
with Steve. I think these guys have been groomed by Jerry.
You're getting owned right now.
Doug,
Yes.
how is Daddy feeling today?
Daddy likey.
But Miles
Mets,
Michaelis.
but the Mets lost again. We're only 4.5 out in the wild card. Daddy likey.
Doug, we could have been 3.5 out.
I know.
Steve, were you watching? Did you watch the game?
I was watching the Bears Vikings, and then I flipped over exactly when they scored 4 runs. You know, but I mean, the bullpen's is dying. I mean, I don't know. It's just like it's so stupid. You know, give me time.
What is so stupid?
Just the whole thing?
I mean, it's just like we play this little game and Mo org. But he's such a douche. I mean,
Jeez.
like he just, you know, I wish he would have went away. And I really didn't have a problem with Mo until the last few years, to be honest. Like, you know, I put up with his BS and the way he was, and you know, he's so snarky and tries to play us. It's like, dude. These idiots who are B-fibs are paying your salary. At least give them something, you know, give them something. Say, I made mistakes, you know, like, but they won't say that ever. And it is annoying, that part of it. It was funny, though. I went to an event for the season ticket holders. And I'm not a season ticket holder, but a guy gave me a ticket, and Mo was talking. And literally, there was a guy at our table, an older guy, who just mumbled under his breath about Mo the whole time, you know, using a lot of curse words and stuff. And you know, Mo's just going on and on up there. But I'm ready for Heim Bloom. He's my neighbor. I see him in the elevator. So he goes and works out a lot.
Doug Heimblum is keeping himself fit.
Okay.
Yes. I'm glad.
Well, are you working out a lot too?
No.
Well, how do you know?
Doug.
How do you know he's working out?
Well, because he gets off at 8 and he looks like he's got the signs of working out. He's got like gym clothes on and headphones in, and on the 8th floor we have a little workout room.
Oh gosh.
Signs of working out, Doug.
The Dwit's
You've never come over, Doug, so you don't know.
Oh well, I'm pressed for time.
Oh, good. Well, that's fine. More for me. So, but I was going to say something. Oh, hey, when I die and my wife calls in, like Mrs. King, don't take her call. I don't want her to go through that because you know, she was fine, Mrs. King, but like the people just tortured. You know, they say bad things about her, and I don't want that for my wife when I die.
We didn't really
so.
share too many of those. I think out of respect. For
No,
you're referring. There was a call last week.
Idea. Yes. Yeah. So when I die, don't let my wife call in. Don't take her call. Okay. So it's fine. But
Well, thanks for the heads up on that.
Yeah, because she's going to live a lot longer than me, I think.
Yeah,
but
that usually happens.
I did lose some weight, Doug. I'm under 200 pounds.
Oh, are you really?
You're lean and mean. I'm ready to do some ball striking on Thursday, Tim. Come on.
Doug, I am playing golf with Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Oh, are you really?
If you win Listener of the Year, you get to play golf with me.
Like an exemption?
Reward. That's an exemption,
Okay.
exactly. End of the field sponsors
All
exemption.
right. And he has to pay for it, no doubt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm not paying for it.
Well, Steve, I'll come see you next week. We'll do one of those. How about the pregame live shots? I know you're not
Oh, nice.
and let's do a little pregame.
Yeah,
We'll get out the.
that'd be awesome.
We'll bark at the players together.
Like that. I haven't said anything lately. I'm just worried that I would say something bad, but I don't know. we'll see what happens. My wife was all drunk on Saturday, and we got in the elevator. And, Pozo lives in our building, and so does Polo. And she called Polo Pozo. And he was offended. It was kind of funny, though.
I kind of
he
like
laughed
that.
it off. So. Polo's a really good guy, by the way. I don't know if you used to probably see him down there, Martin. You might know him a little bit.
Yeah, he's a friend of the show.
Been on the program several times.
The Spanish-speaking broadcast. He said I could come over there and hang out with him for a bit. I might do that before the end of the season here. I'll sneak off to, okay, stop it. So, Jackie, when you moving to Chicago?
Oh, no, you're moving to Chicago?
No, happy here.
But this will be 2 weekends in a row where you're in Chi-Town stand up.
This weekend's like the greater Chicago area.
Naperville?
No, Geneva.
Evanston for Big Noon.
Geneva, Illinois.
That's kind of
You playing
north.
golf?
Yeah, it's a golf tournament.
Waukegan-ish.
Member guest?
One-day
Sugar
tournament?
Yeah, but we're playing on Friday as well. It's like due west of Chicago.
West. What if you
How
lived
much
in
vacation you
Joliet?
get,
You just
boy?
tell people you're from Chicago.
What's that, Chairman?
I said, how much vacation you get, boy?
Well, in these 2 trips to Chicago, I've taken 1 day of vacation.
Okay. All right. I was just giving you trouble, buddy. It's all right. You don't need to get all defensive. But
Okay.
how was, did you meet anybody at the wedding last week?
No. Well, did I meet somebody? Yeah, but nothing
Numbers,
special.
digits?
No.
Those are the perfect breeding ground for that.
Okay.
Jackie,
Right,
you got to
but
find yourself a lady.
okay. Well, I appreciate it.
But if most of them were from Chicago, then they would become geographically unavailable.
You should move to Chicago.
Right, and if likely I did meet somebody, the first thing I wouldn't do is go on radio and start telling everything about it,
Really? Why not?
Well, I
Give
think
the
I
name
give
out.
away
I mean, the
most things in my
listeners are
personal
so
life,
nice.
and there's some things I like to keep to myself.
There was a I'm kind of moving on already. Gangster
Maybe we
Pete
should.
sighting. I saw him at the Japanese festival at the sumo wrestling part of it, and he was wearing that stupid ass hat that way, where he cocks it forward and wears it backwards. I still don't know why he does it. If
Who
you
is
guys
this?
see
Who are we
him,
talking
ask
about?
him. Gangster Pete.
Pozo
Gangster
or Polo?
Pete.
Oh, Gangster Pete, former producer on the program.
Okay.
I saw him from a distance, but I knew it was him because of that stupid ass hat. Cocked. You didn't see it, Martin. If you saw it, you'd be like, why does he wear his hat that way? I don't know why he did it. I think he just does it to annoy me personally. I was going to be at the Japanese festival.
Yeah,
By the way, that's a great festival at the Botanical Gardens.
Yeah, good
I'm
story.
trying to get it all in quickly, Martin, so I can get away from you.
Well,
'cause you're gonna
let's define quickly.
Well, I let in the legend. Come on.
That's true.
What do they say? What do they say in the text line? Give me a little bit of it.
Chairman Kurt actually is trying to kill your call in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Which is
Oh,
funny
you
since he
son of a-
takes the call.
Yeah.
He's a backstabber.
Chairman Kurt, are you a backstabber?
No, I can feel this dying on the vine a little bit.
Yeah. What local high school are you going to be taking pictures with the quarterback?
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's a reference to the Beau Pribula picture that Chairman Kurt took this weekend.
You're in Timberfake territory with that one, but oh well.
Do you
No,
feel like you're in
it's fine.
Timberfake territory by getting a picture with Beau Pribula following Missouri's win over Kansas, Chairman?
I just like my sexy coffee.
See, Doug?
There you go. Nice work.
I was impressed. I
All right.
heard about it during onboarding. That was pretty cool. We buried the lead yesterday.
Well, you're listening during onboarding now?
Well, I have the earpiece. I have the Jackson Burkett wedding earpiece where they think I'm listening to their slideshow.
Chairman Kurt took a lot of hell for getting that picture.
Really?
Oh, who
Why?
cares? Look who you're taking hell from. These idiots out there who are trying to remain anonymous. And then, there's always people hating and doing all that stuff. So it's don't listen to them, Kurt.
Well, Chairman Steve, the jerkwood from Kirkwood said, I wish he would die right now. When you referenced the day that you passed about your wife calling in.
It's going to happen at some point. So you're going to get your wish at some point, you jerkwood.
Steve, Buzz says, I love you, but you're giving off guy who hangs out at gas station vibes, just rambling into a trapped audience.
Well, it's with this new station, I feel like it's not as open of a format. Like the other station, you could go on for 45 minutes and it wouldn't be a big deal.
Glory days.
Topic. I'm trying to. Yeah, back when the show was good before you were there, Martin.
Oh, that's so hurtful. So hurtful.
I got to come back at you a little bit. Come on, buddy.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Are we going to have? Can you have Manhattans too if you come early?
Well,
Are you going to take a little edge off?
If corporate's not listening, there's always wiggle room, you know. Here's what we'll do, pal. We'll just go ahead and tape the 5. We'll tape the 6. Nobody will know any better. I'll just say they're losing.
All right. Good by me. Good on you. But no, it's been a bad season. But I like these Tigers. I like what they're doing. Just don't hiccup against this Louisiana team. How's that bunch, Doug?
Well, if they can stay healthy, they've got some athletes. They've got some guys on scholarship. So we can't take them lightly. I know that because they'll have some guys who put their hand in the dirt and pin their ears back because they'd like to, get some headlines by upsetting the Tiger.
Nobody even has dirt anymore, do they? Do they have real grass down there?
You don't see a lot of
do
dirt.
not have real grass
You
at
don't see
Coconut.
much dirt.
They said that's the first thing Belichick did. He brought in grass in North Carolina. Tim, some of the texts are straight and to the point. Hang up on this ass clown. That's all it is.
Well, you will soon. Don't worry about it. Hey, did you see Belichick's
How
girlfriend?
many more topics do you have?
I can keep going all day, Doug. I'm like, I never get word in edgewise when I'm talking to my wife, so I'm letting it all out on you guys. Come on. What did you see with Belichick's girlfriend's outfit? Hubba hubba.
I didn't.
She had the light blue and dark blue, like Lululemon type pants, but they were fancy. It was nice. It was enjoyable. Look it up, Doug.
Well, I'm so busy.
Warson Woods Wacko says Steve is the greatest, so there is an alliance with the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that guy. He's a good guy. So I'm sure he did he clog the toilet at my house?
I don't know what happened in there.
Oh man, that is like rough. Those college bars like that, any bar like that where the college students overflow, it always is a weird bathroom scene. Is just horrible.
I mean, the bathrooms, yeah, you're right. At college bars, doesn't matter. It's not limited to Columbia, Missouri, are rough. But when there's 2 inches of Doug's stalled out raw sewage, that's a different.
Who gets the job of cleaning that up?
Jackson, do you know who cleans up the 2 inches of raw
Townies.
sewage?
The legend.
Ew, mommy, go look in the toilet.
Oh no!
Some poor soul who worked the security earlier that night.
Can you see somebody walking through the bar with like a mop and a bucket?
They wouldn't do it at
bathroom?
that time. It'd be impossible. Too many people. You got to take care
I mean,
of that.
a mop and a bucket wouldn't work, Doug. I mean, that would just kind of spread it out. Ugh. And then you gotta really get rid of the mop head after that. Oh, man.
Okay.
That is bad. All right, boys. I'm sorry I kept you so long. I didn't mean what I said, Marty. You're great. I enjoy you.
We're fine. It's all good.
Martin will be over having a Manhattan this week.
Next week.
Next week.
Next week they're home. They got
Tim, learn
I'll be drinking with you on Thursday.
Learn the schedule. Tim.
Yeah. We'll be drinking.
All right, Chairman. Thank you.
It's my birthday Friday too.
Oh, wow. I like that. Okay, way to do a vocal fry. There's Chairman Steve. Thank you.
All right.
Holy
Chairman Steve, Collier and Thompson phone lines, Doug. Jay Killer's on hold. He's mad that we allowed Chairman Steve on.
was a
as
long
long as
call.
he is. He says, this is BS. You kill all your callers, but somehow this guy gets to stay on. He's absolutely meaningless. It's from Jay Killer.
Okay.
Well, Martin, we're getting the pulse of the community.
Yeah, I regret that. And did Mrs. King wrote in that he was referencing last week, called into the show, and now she texted in and said that was so sweet of the guy that not wanting people to talk bad about his wife after he was gone. My feelings have been so hurt after hearing that, and then she made kind of a funny face. I'm guessing 98% of the D-bags talking bleep are single, living at home with their mothers. That's from Mrs. King, who called in last week.
Yes, she did.
And Steve was saying he doesn't want his wife to do that. How about that?
Okay.
He expects her to call in, but he doesn't want us to take her call. That is what Chairman Steve, 2023 Listener of the Year, currently at about a 3% approval rating in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Doug, where you can text in at 314-399-9646. You can call in. Martin, we're getting a pulse of the community. And what are the questions we want answered?
I've already forgotten.
314.
Is it your birthday? Who lives in your building? Those were kind of the day's questions.
974-0101. And then, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 205 friends are gathered. TMA STL YouTube chat. Just open up the app, Type in TMASTL, and you're in there talking to J.C. Penney chat support, Kitty Bates, Jake Reynolds, John Scores, and the TMA remote lamp. And now the Legend of Columbia is back. He is back. So he's in there talking. Legend of Columbia is in there talking. You can talk it over with him. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Attendance is low and more. All is to trade deadlines looming. What will they do at the start of the year? Hopes were high. Now watching this team is like watching paint dry. Well, boys, you gave it a hell of a try. The well was full, but now it's dry. Might as well call it one and have you a beer. Look out, MLB, we'll get you next year. Yeah, we'll get your asses next year. What's that you say? I said we'll get your asses next year.
You gotta love a big finish.
We have a great staff vocalist. I just always imagine the older gentlemen in the back playing their hearts out for this song with their muted trumpets.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the show. And I don't know if it was Steve's call, Doug, but they are just not happy across the board.
Yeah, well.
And that's unfortunate. But you can share that dismay. We're going to give you a wide variety of places to do it. We've got the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. We've got the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Then there is the TMA YouTube channel, where 200 people are in there right now, including the Legend of Columbia, Lex Luthor, Too Fat to Kayak, and Jackson's cat, known as Kitty Bates.
If I were to have a cat, it'd be Caddy Bates.
Caddy Bates.
I thought that was funnier. But
So you don't like Kitty Bates in there?
it's close enough. It'll do.
Misery, good or bad?
Good.
Jimmy Kahn?
Yeah, anytime you can sit there with Jimmy Kahn, it's a good time.
She played a good villain, didn't it? It was just
Kathy Bates, electric.
And that's why you named your cat Caddy Bates.
Oh, yeah, just a tip of the cap to a legend.
You think you'll be a cat guy at some point in your life with 7 or 8 cats? At home?
Honestly, James Cat, spelled with 2 A's, ain't a half bad cat name either.
That's a tribute to the Cardinal 1982 world champion, Martin?
With Jimmy Kahn.
Jim Cott.
Jim Kahn was
Jimmy
not on
Kahn.
the Cardinals.
Jim Cott.
Jim Cott was a great
Cott
pitcher.
was.
But I wasn't talking about Jim Cott. I was talking about Jimmy
Why
Kahn.
would you
Misery.
bring Jim Cott up? He hadn't pitched in 40 years.
Jimmy Kahn with 2 A's, just
Boy,
like he spells
pitched
it.
forever, though, and he used to be a stopper for the Twins. I mean, he was an all-star.
You ever seen Thief? Great Jimmy Kahn.
What about Honeymoon in Vegas? The Sarah Jessica Parker.
Kitty Cott, they call it.
I don't know if I've seen that.
Chairman Kurt's holding up his phone left.
I think he's still an announcer, well into his 80s.
James Kahn?
No,
Passed away.
Jim Cat. No, I don't even know what name I'm saying now.
Jim Cott,
Jim
who would
Cott.
call games with Costas on MLB
Yes.
Network, who was sort of ageless, who won a ton of Gold Gloves, I believe. And then there's James Caan, who was in the original Wes Anderson movie, Rocket.
Bottle Rocket?
Bottle Rocket, yes. Think about it.
Chairman Kurt, you're taking heat from Libby Jackie DiCaprio in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Oh, no.
I don't know what's worse, a 40-year-old getting dressed up to hang with college kids or a 40-year-old making his own merch and waiting for hours to get a pic with some kid a couple years out of high school. That's from Libby Jackie DiCaprio.
Where does having the name Libby Jack DiCaprio and sitting in a YouTube chat just poking fun at a show you obviously hate so much, where does that fall? Libby
Wow, and now the action's back on Libby Jackie DiCaprio, Doug. They're just going back and forth today on this program.
It's just the practice of getting dressed, dressing up, you know.
Is the practice of getting dressed dressing up?
Because, like, Chairman would just put on a shirt and pants. I don't know if that would necessarily constitute dressing up.
I think he's referring to the Legend of Columbia in that first clause of that sentence. I think he's comparing
What
me
did the
and
Legend of Columbia say he got dressed in?
I hate going back to the fan page, but there was a post on the fan page alleging that someone all dressed up was the Legend. I don't think it was, but that's neither here nor there.
Go to hell.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
No.
By the way, for the Giants the other day, this show has ruined me, but the Giants bring in a reliever, and it was Jose Buto.
Yes.
And I went, Jose Buto. I'm like, oh.
He doesn't have time?
That's the guy that wasn't available for Mad Dog's son to come on a show.
You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
And I heard Chip say, the former Mets reliever. I'm like, that's it. That's it, Jose Buto.
Jackson, I love you. Don't be a cat guy. It says I'm needy but not responsible enough to take care of a dog. The only girls who like that are cat girls. That's from Arbor Day.
I'll make it easy. It'll just be no pets. No domesticated animals for me. Please and thank
frees
you.
you up.
Yeah, absolutely. I can
What
go.
about a self-sufficient gerbil?
No, because that's just the smell that any of those gerbil, guinea pig, hamster, ferret family of critters, they emit a real odd odor.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, yeah. It stinks.
And they kind of live
and they're
in like pencil
honestly,
sharpening.
kind of ugly. Like, have you ever seen, I don't know if there's a scarier looking animal than a little ferret. It looks like
Kind of a snake with legs.
Yeah, it's like a giant furry Twizzler.
Yeah.
That thing away from me.
One of my best friends growing up had a pet ferret, and it was awful. It smells exactly as he's described.
Yeah, they bite?
If it has a mouth, it can bite.
Little.
Oh,
Listen
don't
to
make
that,
that
Doug,
sound.
right there.
Don't make
That's what
that
it sounds.
sound.
Kurt will be making the rounds at Pee Wee football fields to take pics with the quarterbacks this weekend. That's from Rusty Shackelford.
You can't do anything here. You can't have fun. You can't do a darn thing without facing the wrath.
Doug, what is acceptable? What is acceptable?
Very little. Very, very little.
I could have gone pumpkin picking.
And all the guys complaining would probably...
had donuts down in Lewisburg and cider.
all the complainers would probably love to have had their picture with the Tiger quarterback. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a very good take.
I thought I
run the other
can't
way.
see.
I don't know.
Kurt sits behind me, so I can't see. So I thought maybe he was going to respond to Doug. So I yielded at that point.
Hello.
You know what they say, Doug? If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Well, that's true.
Jackson, who said that?
That's
Meek
true.
Mill.
Rico Roche.
Then popularized by who's the coach of the Jets who got ran out of there as fast as they put him in?
It doesn't narrow it down.
Robert Saleh.
Yeah, Robert Saleh said it as well. You can email in with your disdain and win Blues and Brews tickets for today's Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Contest winner receives 2 tickets to Blues and Brews next Friday, September 19th at the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. Get fired up for the blues season at the Outdoor Street Party featuring live music from the band Perry, plus appearances by blues players and alumni, food trucks, on-stage festivities hosted by 101 ESPN's Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale, and more. Tickets are on sale now for Blues and Brews presented by Bud Light, 101 ESPN, 92.3 WIL, and Scott Lee Heating Company. Find all the details at 101ESPN.com. Did something happen on the fast lane yesterday regarding Missouri football? I'm getting texts about it, but I don't know what the are you aware of this?
Yes.
What happened?
They just gave some takes that some certain Mizzou fans weren't too fond of, and I don't want to. The clip's too long, and I don't want to say it and generalize.
It's a 4-hour show.
Well, it's like a 4-minute clip, is what I saw.
Okay,
but
can we condense it?
Can we
Tim, there's a 4-minute clip. Can we have a shorter version? That's the question. I love you, Jackson, but it's a fair question.
This alliance is over.
It's a fair question,
it's
but
over.
when should I do that?
We'll just yell out when we think we've heard enough.
Well, when did we get access to it?
It was said yesterday. You know what? I'll just do it. Okay. But I'm going to be of no use to you for the next. Okay. No, it's cool.
Oh, gosh.
I really can't do it, but it's
now
cool.
you're mad at
That's
us.
fine. Well, why don't we just play it and we'll dump out when we've gotten the gist?
Okay.
I don't want to play a 4-minute clip. Like I just
we'll dump out when we've gotten the gist.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay. All right. I stand down.
We're being yelled at.
We never play 4-minute clips.
So we're saying just play maybe a minute and a half,
If
2
I
minutes.
play something
I feel
for one,
Francesa may have gotten close to 4 minutes at some point, just to be fair. It's okay.
Doug, according to Starvin Marvin, Jamie Rivers crapped on Mizzou fans being happy about beating Kansas, and it went viral. Now, this is what happens when I am detached from social media. I didn't know that this was. Is that accurate, Jackson?
I think that's a stretch.
That's Starvin' Marvin.
To saying he crapped on Mizzou fans. I think he was tempering the perceived love fest that he was perceiving. He was perceiving Missouri fans being very excited, very fired up that this team is for real, even though they have not played any real great team or maybe even good team. That was kind of his point.
Okay.
Was that let's just wait and see a little bit.
Could be reasonable.
Right.
And I'm in the camp that said, don't let Kansas be your Super Bowl. Like, you should be better than Kansas. You should beat them regularly.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have to
So
find
we're not going to
out.
hear any of it, I guess.
Don't, Doug, I'm telling you.
All right.
Don't go there.
It's a sore subject. It's a very sore subject.
All right. So I'm going to tell people at Design Air, Jackson's going to pull the clip. And let me tell you something. We're going to celebrate this. We're going to celebrate it real nice like. All right. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com, the longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. Doug, the forecast is glorious, and we thank Seth Goldcamp for it because he makes it possible. And then if the forecast isn't good, well, he's going to fix it up real nice like in your home. This weekend, we do experience temperatures, according to the iPhone forecast. 89 degrees on Friday, 92 degrees on Saturday, 91 degrees on Sunday, 91 on Monday. If you run into air conditioning issues, all you got to do is go to DesignAirService.com. Martin is a happy client. Doug is a happy client, and I am a happy client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. You waste time on BS all show, but OMG, a 4-minute clip on sports is too much? That's from Corduroy Ridge.
Oh. Wasn't that a famous battle in Vietnam? The Battle of Corduroy Ridge?
That's the texture. Usually Martin is the condescending ass, but his question was a fair question, Jackson. That's from Rusty Pecker. Mr. Licks is furious.
I'm not mad about the question. It's if you wanted it, you tell me before the show and I'll pull it. But in the middle of the program, it's hard to pull a long clip like that.
I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it. Somebody has sent in a screenshot of a lady by the name of Maggie Johnson, Doug, who we had on the program. I'm not familiar outside of that we had her on the program with what show she hosts. I think Gabe was on a show she hosted. She's based in Kansas City. Martin, are you familiar with KCSN Mizzou? Is that a podcast?
I am not familiar.
I'm not saying this because we had her on the program and she was a delight. I mean, not a big fan of the show, but that puts her in the majority of the population.
Yeah.
And I guess she was upset with something that Iggy and the Plowhawks said about Missouri. If I'm not they were hoping that Missouri would lose, and so she has screenshotted a 3-minute and 45-second exchange with the Fast Lane, Jamie Rivers, Kerry Davis, and Anthony Stalter. The YouTube clip. And she wrote, "This is the same S I dealt with a couple of years ago. The sports media in this city absolutely sucks. They continuously trash the state school where tons of their hometown kids play. People in Athens don't dog Georgia after wins. They've played no one. People in Knoxville don't dog Tennessee after wins. They've played no one. I hope no one associated with Mizzou football or Mizzou athletics ever agrees to do another interview with 101 ESPN trashing fans and players for celebrating a rivalry win that hasn't been played in 14 years. Grow the F up."
Oh.
I have the clip.
So I was not aware of
that this was all brewing?
That's correct. But otherwise, Jackson, I think you would agree that I do send you a lot of clips throughout the course of the day. I just wasn't aware that this was a thing. I don't get a chance to see the social media.
No, I saw the clip yesterday, and I immediately saw the time, and I was like, I don't want to cut it down to then maybe color their commentary differently.
You want the context.
I want all the context, but 4 minutes is usually way longer than we ever cut. I'm sorry, Martin. I didn't mean to come at you.
No,
with that.
I agree with that. My point was, then let's cut it down. We don't have to.
But again, I don't want to take away anything.
You think it loses context?
I want to be fair to our coworkers.
But I think if I'm listening, now I'm frustrated because I'm like, well, what the hell did they say?
Good thing I have it.
Good thing that Jackson has.
I'm doing it. I'm
just got taken behind the woodshed.
But do you understand why somebody listening was like, well, what's the whole
100%. You're absolutely
hubbub?
Right.
So even maybe we bend the rules so people can be let in on the beef.
You're absolutely right. You got to remember, I'm not classically trained.
Clearly.
Then you squeak it out in the second half. You do. Great. And then I'm watching on social media, people just celebrating like they won the national championship. FKU, all this. And Beau Pribula, somebody said he's the #1 quarterback in the SEC. Who have you played?
Kansas.
And what was it, Central Arkansas? I mean, that's a tough team to beat.
They could be tough.
So I
Did they
love
speed
Missouri
this
Tigers,
up?
so I'm sure people are
Yes.
going to be pissed off at me. But you haven't beaten anybody good yet. There's nothing that shows me that you are a good football team. You pounded the piss out of 2 teams you should have pounded the piss out of. So when we get people celebrating, popping champagne, and it's going to be a 10-2 team. What? You haven't played anybody. Beau Pribula hasn't played a defense. Gary, correct me if I'm wrong. Is there one guy on KU? Maybe one guy. Is there 2 guys that might ever play in the NFL?
I doubt it. They had a better team last year.
Okay, so then when they play...
Before Jalen Daniels got injured.
When Mizzou plays
Hold
LSU,
on.
when they play
Can we pause real quick?
Yeah. Now
I'm sorry.
I can hear the chipmunk voices.
Who sped it up? Us?
The person who
who posted it?
Yeah, on social media.
Weird. Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
Some NFL guys play on that team, right? Yep. Yeah. There'll be some NFL guys that are getting to Beau Pribula, right? Yeah.
You done?
No.
Keep going.
I need another couple seconds. So as happy as I was to see them win, and we were happy. We had a party at the Rivers House. We had a big birthday party, the TV outside. I was cheering for Mizzou. Ashley was upset. She was cheering for KU. Rock Jock Jayhawk took it. Not too good, right behind the woodshed. But I didn't celebrate. I expected an even bigger landslide. So everybody's celebrating. Like, what are you celebrating? Anyways, go ahead.
That's Kerry Davis clapping.
Garrett's happy with it.
Well done, Jamie.
I'm sorry.
Well done, Jamie.
I was frustrated.
That's the.
So is it a 4-minute clip that's sped up? So it was really more like 7 minutes, and then they condensed it. So that's a new trick for you, Jackson. You're not classically trained. If a clip's too long, just play it really fast.
It's actually not a bad idea.
Well, I understand his point. He's saying Mizzou won 2 games they were supposed to win. But at the same time, I understand Mizzou's fans being very excited about that win because it was a fun game to watch and they beat their arch rivals.
And now I have to say, I didn't hear this. That's the first time I'm hearing it, but I don't know why that would really upset people that much.
Right.
If that is it, I don't know. If that is it, I don't know why. I mean, I'm a Missouri fan. But I guess I'm coming from a place, and I don't know what place that is, Doug. It's Tam Avenue. It's meat and potatoes.
It sure is.
It's blue collar
Hard
through and through.
scrabble is what it is.
Thank you. But I'm coming from a place, if somebody has a different opinion than me, it's like, okay, cool. I don't know. What I said on the program yesterday is, weirdly, I walked out of Furrow Field on Saturday going, I think Missouri's floor is lower than what I thought it was going into the game, in part, though, because of what's going on around some of their games that, I think the secondary could be problematic, and clearly they're managing around, at the moment, the kicker situation, so that could be an issue. At the same time, I think their ceiling could be higher. So I guess I'm saying is I think they could wind up being a 7-5 team, and I think they could wind up being a 10-2 or an 11-1 team. I'm really not sure. But as a fan, I mean, it was a great weekend, and it's as somebody who went to school there, I'm thrilled to see college football weekends and college football, along with Illinois' success, entering St. Louis sports, especially at a time where St. Louis sports is a little rough. If we're calling a ball and a strike, and I think that's the obligation. So if somebody doesn't like it, then God bless. I don't know. I mean, to chastise people for their opinions would strike me as being... But I guess that's what goes on. And Jackson, you call them Mizzou nationalists? Is that what it is?
There is a little bit of that. And, honestly, the stuff where, you're calling out a guy because he picked Kansas to win over, Mizzou, just, picking and not saying he's rooting for, picking. I don't think that helps, that doesn't help.
You're talking about Eli Drinkwitz calling out the student reporter.
Eli Drinkwitz and Dalen Carnell. Even if it's in good, it's in fun, and I'm sure mostly it was, it gives, a bad idea of what it is to cover a team, or talk about a team. You don't have to always be rah rah Mizzou. You can share your opinion.
It's such a change, but I also get, and by change I mean you now have to give people what they want.
Right.
You don't, as I said, call a ball and a strike. Otherwise that means you're pulling against. What responsibility do I have to Missouri? My responsibility is to the audience to give my honest opinion.
Right.
Now, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. That's fine, and you're welcome to counter it. But my God, I'm not on anybody's payroll.
Well, how about you go to a game as a reporter? You're at College Station last year after they got slaughtered, and you say, hey, Coach, real quick, I predicted you guys would win, just for the record. I was on a podcast last week, and I had you guys winning this game, so please proceed. I mean, ridiculous. The premise is ridiculous. I think what it is, if you didn't go to Mizzou, or you're not a true, just insane Mizzou fan, you don't quite get the obsession with Kansas, because to me, it's a lesser program. You should beat Kansas. You should enjoy it. It's obviously, it means a ton to people that went to Mizzou. I'm happy they beat Kansas, but it's not a Super Bowl to me.
It's also something that, and I would imagine you would agree with this, Martin, but I know you're not in the Missouri, and I'm not saying this, I'm just making the observation. You went to Marquette, Jackson, Doug, and I went to Missouri, that it's more of a western side of the state thing. It is a huge deal there. I'm not saying that it's not a big deal here. It's just, if Illinois and Missouri were in the same conference, it would be a much bigger deal with Illinois over here than it is. But I love the fact that Illinois is looking like it's a really good team this year, and there's a chance Missouri's a really good team this year, and that will get college football is a part of the conversation as long as both teams are in the mix for the college football playoff. And maybe both will be, maybe both won't be, but at this moment, they currently are. And I thought Illinois' win was a damn good win. Yeah, Duke and Kansas are both basketball schools, but that was a good win for Illinois. That was a hell of a win. From what I heard there, I have no idea why somebody would be offended by that. But I also don't really live on social media where kind of the gig is to get upset and get likes and whatever.
I think if you're a Mizzou fan, you could say, "Oh, come on, Jamie, don't be a wet blanket. We had a fun win. We enjoyed it." You could say that. You could say, "Don't be a wet blanket." But he's also saying, just calm down. Let's not print those playoff tickets yet. Let's see how it plays.
Here's why I'm so fired up. Beating Kansas, I love beating Kansas, but you beat Kansas, that means that next week you have Louisiana, so you can watch that and see how they improve. But then you get to have the hype against South Carolina of both teams are hopefully, fingers crossed, undefeated, and it means a lot. That game means a lot.
Well, you could have College Game Day. That is a real thing. It's more of a byproduct of it not being a great schedule that weekend. Yeah. That's the other thing. Missouri, South Carolina, both are kind of in the same category as far as programs go and brand recognition. And therefore, ESPN's going to do what's best for business. I don't blame them for that. It's not bias. It's what's best for business. Personally, I still think there's a better chance they go Florida-Miami in, Hard Rock Stadium, which isn't necessarily optimal, but whatever, because since it's not on the campus, because of the brand recognition of those two programs, operating on the premise, though, that Florida beats LSU, which is not necessarily fair to say, and Miami beats South Florida. If that were to happen, I think that's the more likely one. As a Missouri guy and somebody who's planning on going to the game right now, I want it to be in Columbia, Missouri, but I recognize where things are. When you get an opportunity to beat a big program in a game where the big program cares about the game, all due respect to the Cotton Bowl against Ohio State, which I know is blasphemy in these parts, you beat Ohio State in a game that's like the college football playoff as opposed to when Marvin Harrison's sitting out, then you're going to start to get national respect. That's the nature of the beast. But as a fan, I certainly want that to happen, and I love what's going on, that it's now a part of the St. Louis sports conversation. It's a great thing, just like it's a great thing if Illinois continues to have success. And I'm not an Illinois fan, but I know that that's a good thing for St. Louis area sports. So I don't know. I realize. I guess maybe that's not popular to say, but again, it's so liberating to not really give a damn if it's popular.
Was there significant social media backlash, or just one or two people?
Apparently there was, based on all the texts we're getting about it. I was completely oblivious to it, which is why, because I sent Jackson and yesterday Kurt a bunch of audio throughout the course of the day, just when I'm scrolling through TikTok and just seeing sound bites. But I was totally unaware of that. One. Uproarious as apparently it was, but then I listened to it and I'm like, I don't understand why that was so.
I saw it and I was just like, it is a little frustrating because I love Mizzou so much. I love the Tigers. I love watching them every week. But the idea that I don't know, the thing with the student reporter really rubbed me the wrong way. I really didn't like that.
No, now on that one you're talking. This has nothing to do with the fast lane.
No, nothing to do with the fast lane.
This is Eli Drinkwitz calling out the student reporter for picking Kansas, and then Dalen Carnell, who's a part of Missouri secondary, calling out.
Yeah. So it's like a greater conversation.
They were doing it just kind of poke fun, though. They weren't really coming after him.
Yeah,
I think it was just a funny thing. You picked us to lose and we won.
But that's fine if they do it. But what do you think that people who are bad, because Jamie Rivers said, calm down a little bit about beating Kansas, what do you think those people are going to do? I just don't think it's
I don't follow what you. What do you
like? If it's like empowering people to be like, you have to be rah rah Mizzou or else you don't know what you're talking about. It empowers fans, people on social media. Whether that's important or not is a different conversation. But it empowers people to be like, yeah, why are you picking against Mizzou, you loser, and this, that, and the other. Even if they're poking fun and just having fun with it.
And my hope would be that student reporter, that it is in fun, that it isn't next week. Hey, I wanted to talk to so-and-so about the bit. Well, really? You want to talk now? You're interested in covering our team? That is what I hope doesn't exist.
Right.
If it isn't fun, okay, sure, I could live without it. But if it's punitive at some point, well, you're not really on board with the team, it sounds like to me. And you do get that at times. If you're in the media, you'll get some pushback. Oh, really? Now you're interested in our team? Which is just such horse crap. Just all of it needs to grow up. I've never been a fan of the college dynamic because in terms of media and program, because it tends to be small towns, it tends to be young reporters, and then the program, coaches, et cetera, can really bully the media. That's going on for years. I didn't like it when Pinkel did it early on. I thought he would browbeat the media. I'm like, well, that's not impressive. These kids are 20 years old from Kansas City. I've never been a fan of that. But if a drink's having fun, and he does like to have fun, which after Barry Odom is dry as paint, I can't be a hypocrite and say I don't want a coach who's having fun. So I think you're right, Doug. I think that was meant in a fun way, but I also think you're right, Jackson, that let's not keep receipts on 20-year-olds' predictions of a game.
Right. That's kind of my point. Just because it could, opens the door to...
I think it's more fun if you do it to Feinbaum. Hey, I saw you picked us to lose to South Carolina.
Right.
That's fun. The kids
it's kind of like pick on someone your own size kind of thing.
I'm more impressed when you go after the bully.
And it's not, and that's us not Drinkwitz. That's like a college football thing. Like Nick Saban would bulldoze over student reporters all the time.
And that's what Martin's point is. If I'm following, I don't want to speak for you. You're sitting here. You can speak for yourself. But usually when you're talking about colleges, in particular South,
right?
Although it's not exclusive, but if you look at some of the college coverage North, they tend to be closer to bigger cities. That you're going to be having 20 and 21-year-olds who you can kind of bully because if you don't give them access, they're SOL.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And even if it's not 20-year-olds, if you're 40-year-old, what are you supposed to stand up and get in a heated argument with the coach? You're committing occupational suicide. You can't do it.
Right.
You just got to sit there and take it.
But if I'm a adult reporter and I'm asked in the paper to make my prediction or whatever, which I'd probably hate because I got to cover the team, but what's your prediction? I think Kansas is going to get them. I like their running game, whatever. And then the coach calls you out, then I would say, yeah, I also picked you last year to win at South Carolina. Thanks for that. I mean, I think then you'd have to go tit for tat.
Right.
Yeah. The coaches and players all like to say, no, I don't pay any attention to what happens in the media. But it's hard to avoid it now. Everybody's on their phone. Everybody sees social media. So I'm sure they know exactly who's saying what about it. Especially when they're talking about you. You wouldn't be human if you didn't pay attention to that.
Yeah, I disagree on that.
If you got a thin skin, it's going to get to you.
Clearly, Drinkwitz pays attention to it, but I don't think that everybody does. I really don't.
Well, maybe not everybody, but I'm sure a lot of them do.
Right, I'm sure some of them do. But I mean, it's kind of easy to tune it out because it's immaterial. What you do on the field is what's going to determine everything. So it's all said and done. It's like our gig.
I think you wouldn't be human.
Are we bringing in money or are we not? That's it.
Yeah, but I think you wouldn't be human if you didn't pay attention to what people are saying about you.
But at what level?
But at some point you mature and go, okay, it doesn't matter because it's all noise. It's BS.
Yeah, I mean, if it's
who cares?
Yeah, but you got to get past it. But I still think they read it, and I think they know what's out there.
9-figure net worth, and he's a 40-year-old man. Who gives a damn what a 21-year-old student reporter says? I mean, if he's having fun with it, great. I don't care one way or the other personally, but I don't think that he's like sweating that the student reporter. I think he was probably joking around.
Which I agree.
He was joking around.
I agree. I want to make that clear. I don't think Drinkwitz is going after a kid. I just say it opens up the door for people to rain hate on a kid that I don't like. That's not saying that Drink doesn't like. I don't like that would be what it could possibly open the door up for.
Right,
a kid who's just giving his opinion.
Right, you don't need state-run media.
Exactly. That's
you must pick Mizzou in your predictions this week. Otherwise,
you might get called out in the post game. What kind of culture is that?
Right, and Gabe's prediction is they'll go 8-4. So if they go 9-3, does he get a little you were wrong?
Right.
Okay, great, 9-3.
Tim, do you pay attention to what people say about you on the internet? What are you aware of and what are you not aware of that people say about you? Doug, that's from Hardbody. I used to, And now it kind of got to a point where it's like, even when I would say what's true, people didn't believe it. And so I just kind of like, okay, there's nothing you can do about it. And you're just kind of at peace with it. And as far as what I don't pay attention, I don't know because I don't know. So how do I know what I don't know? I just don't worry about it. Right. You know, the responsibility of the job is to drive revenue. That's it. And for me, ethically, it's to attempt to be as honest as possible, even if it's not popular. That's where I'm coming from. And I realize sometimes it's not going to be liked and sometimes it is and whatever. But the reality of the gig is, do you bring in revenue in the time slot you're in? That's it. People can say that shouldn't be the job. You're welcome to that. But that's the job. And if you drive revenue, you have a spot. And the moment that you don't, you're out. And that's the deal. So if you're a college football coach, do you win games? Yes, you got a spot. No, you'll be gone. That's the deal. And so what people say about it, all it does is create negativity because it's noise. So why spend time? I mean, it's really easy to do once you experience it, but it does take time, I suppose, to be able to compartmentalize it. But otherwise, all you're doing is spending time reading things that aren't true. So why read it? It's very simple. That's why I think probably when you're coming up, you may read it. But once you get to a point, I used to think the same thing when I was young, and whether it be LaRussa Martin or, Pinkel or whomever, I'd go, God, there's no way that they're not aware of it. And now I'm like, oh, they're not aware of it.
I think there's a difference between being aware and paying attention. Like, I think being aware, like knowing
I agree with that, but I also think that plenty are just not aware. You're just focused on what matters. It just doesn't matter. But I also understand when you're younger, it's tough because I was the same guy at 27 going, they have to be aware. And you just don't, it's there. And if you want to look for it, you can look for it, but it just doesn't matter.
Right. Some guys.
I recognize plenty of people hate this show and yet listen, and that's fine. It's all part of the deal. I mean, after 21 years, you just kind of go, okay.
I mean, I hate this show.
But it's been on 21 years. I mean, it's over. We won. I don't know what to tell you. And someday I'll probably get fired, and it's fine. It's part of the deal. But the game's already over. I don't know what to say.
If we had to give a news conference after every show or once a week in front of our harshest critics, there might be a time or two when we would snip at them and say something right back to them, and that's the thing they're going to use. And that's what coaches and players face. They can sit there and be pleasant 95% of the time, but the one time they say something prickly, that's what gets shown.
You're right. Exactly right.
You're right.
It is
a good point.
It's such a zero upside thing to engage in the back and forth. Like the Belichick thing is comedic. But I think the reason he did it was the focus was going to be, okay, we're going to win. And I'm not going to give you material. Jeter, and I don't know if anybody watched, I don't know if it was HBO's or ESPN, The Captain, he said it was a conscious decision to give the most vanilla answers possible because my job is to win. And anything that I'm going to say that creates a distraction reduces the probability of us winning games. And so therefore, something that has nothing to do with winning games, I'm not going to put fuel on the fire in the media. Now, that sucks from a fan standpoint, but then at the same time, when somebody answers a question honestly, then it becomes, now they're held accountable for it. So that's the reason why you get vanilla answers. The Bull Durham, Kevin Costner, Nuke LaLoosh exchange in the back of the bus. That's the gig. And I totally understand it.
The only time I respond on Twitter, if somebody says you're fat, you're stupid, or whatever, that's an opinion. You can't argue that. But if somebody says, you wanted Mizzou to lose, or I was like, okay, that's factually incorrect. Or you guys showed the Bears game. Well, we didn't. If it's factually incorrect, then I feel the need to respond.
Right. Yeah, but see, now I've gotten to a point where it's like, even when we do, and then I go, this is actually not, and then it's like you just I don't know. So that's why I just tune out. Yeah. But it's fine. It's part of the deal. Weirdly, the obsession is a positive thing for income.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say I'd recommend it as a career choice. It's just like at this point we're too far down the line. So when it comes to this stuff, I don't know. Going back to what caused it all, I listened to what Jamie Rivers had to say. I don't know. I didn't think that was that big of a deal.
Right.
I mean, honestly. And if I did, I'd tell you. Because I have a good enough relationship with Rivers, I'd give my opinion on it. But I listened to that, and I'm just like, I don't get why that was. But maybe I'm missing something. That's the only thing I can say. Maybe I'm missing something. But from what I heard, I have no idea why that would upset Missouri fans that much.
Right.
I'm most amazed that it was sped up. Why is the clip sped up? It makes it sound more ridiculous unless they were trying to squeeze it in. Is that why do you think they posted it that way?
I don't know.
Because they're trying to make him sound more ridiculous or get more in there.
I've heard other podcasts like that.
They speed
I've tried to
up.
listen
Why
to
they
those
sped, well, just to make
podcasts
it quicker.
Yeah, people speed up
Yeah.
podcasts when they listen.
Yeah, just to make it quicker.
Well,
All right,
it's
it
not
is
fair to the point, though.
8:15. It's 8:15. We got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals lose yesterday to Seattle. Back in Seattle this evening with an 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Team A101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. We welcome Ed and Brody Hermann into the studio to talk it over. Good morning, gentlemen.
How's it going?
Wonderful. How are you guys? What's going on?
You know, we're
I like the
hanging-
hats. You got
we're
matching
hanging in
hats.
there. Yeah, well, they're coordinated hats.
Coordinated.
Mine's black. His is maroon. His is a nice Nike one. He gets the good merch for
Nice.
his podcast, and I'm testing out the stuff for giveaways. So this is the cheap hat.
That's the cheap hat. The black hat is the
And
cheap
that's
hat.
the
The
fancy
maroon
hat.
hat is the
But you know
fancy
what?
hat.
Is that you could see the hats. They can't see it at home, but is that a big drop off in the look of it?
Yes.
I mean, granted, I don't have the swoosh.
Yes,
It
I
is a
think
big drop
Brody's
off.
hat is a higher caliber
It's
hat.
10
It's
times more
recognizable.
expensive.
Oh, is that right? Really?
Yeah.
That's the math?
Do you feel 10 times difference when you look at his hat versus mine?
I don't know about 10x, but I do notice a difference. I would say 3x. 3x is my number.
All right, well, see, 3X makes this an unacceptable
There
giveaway.
you go.
or it makes your hat too fancy. I
don't know.
I don't know. What are you guys talking about? What's going on
What's
today?
going on?
Jackson, what would you tell Ed we're talking about?
I would tell.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
my God.
I apologize.
Here, take it, buddy. Go ahead.
I'll take this one. We were talking about Jamie Rivers on the Fast Lane program, saying that Mizzou fans maybe got a little too excited for beating Kansas. They should calm down, and that led to some social media backlash.
Okay, let's move on from that.
Okay.
What else is going on?
In the break, you talked about the Philadelphia Philly fan and what she did and how that's become a kind of a national obsession.
Well,
with us.
what my thinking was they should invite that crazy woman to come throughout the first pitch, but that they should insist that she use the ball that she got. And then, in disguise, behind home plate should be the father in a catcher's mask. And it wouldn't reveal who he is till after she throws it. And then as soon as he catches it, he gives her the finger and just leaves. Just takes the ball.
Or if she were to run up and maybe give the guy a hug, don't you think that would kind of end all this? People would say, okay, we're
No,
over
first
this.
of all, nobody cares anymore. It's a new day. We've all moved on. I can't even believe that we've referenced it. I mean, that's
The
just how we are.
father who had the ball taken away after the exchange in Miami said he's concerned about the uproar and the attacks the woman has experienced. And this is the guy who actually lived it. Please don't do anything to that lady. Leave it alone. You know, somebody knows her and can talk to her. That's different. But God, I don't want people breaking in their house and stuff like that. The internet already messed her up pretty good. That is from the father, Drew Feltwell.
Feltwell is his name?
Drew Feltwell.
Great name, Feltwell.
Can't ever call in sick to work. This is Feldwell saying I'm homesick today.
I mean, what is wrong with us as a people? Why do people get so involved in this? Why do we care? How bored
A
are we
little
all?
strange that he said breaking into her home. Don't even mention that.
You know what? I hadn't thought of it, and now that he's mentioned it, I'm
Planted a
thinking,
seed.
what if I broke into her home, found that ball? You know, no, I mean, come on. What's wrong with people?
They interviewed, this is from the USA Today this morning, Ed just posted 28 minutes ago, Alex Picaro, who is the professor and chair of the Department of Sociology and Criminology, Arts and Sciences at Miami. These are how your peers and the people you value, how they'll judge your behavior. And I think that punishment alone right there is enough. That if these people have any sense of moral conscience, they're going to feel like the smallest human beings in the world. He also said the incident, because it's captured on video and on social media, will never go away. So what kind of deterrent might that serve for another adult on the verge of showing insensitivity to a child at a public sporting event and the camera is watching? There's always going to be some adult who does something stupid like that. They're human beings. They want something and they don't think about their actions until they're forced to think about them. I got to hope that someone out there believes that next time this happens, look, do the right thing, give the ball to the kid.
You know, even listen, I couldn't care less if they'd have given it to a kid or not. That ball was free game, even if the father just wanted to keep it. I mean, it's not even about the kid for me. If she's ever been to a baseball game, you know, the ball goes out. Nobody had a clean catch. She didn't have possession. The ball was rattling around like they all do. It's like she'd never been to a game before. He got it clean, walked away with it. The fact that he gave it to his kid just made her look all the worse. But I wouldn't have cared if he stuck it in his pocket.
What if it landed in her lap and he was next to her and just grabbed it out of her lap?
It wouldn't matter to me either.
It's
No, that's
still
not
fair game.
Of course, it's fair
game.
game.
What if she's 80 and he's 20? And he rips it out of her lap.
Martin, I don't know how many different ways I could say this. I could not care less. The rules in the stadiums are until someone has clean possession, it's fair game. You can't assault somebody, but he didn't even touch her. Just picked up the ball.
I didn't think he. I'm wanting to know what the line.
No,
is.
the line to me is obviously assault. You don't get to commit a crime, but it doesn't belong to anybody. It doesn't matter who it hits. Doesn't matter where it lands. You know, unless it lands in your hands cleanly, it ain't yours.
If someone went on social media and criticized this woman, called her name, slandered her, would she have any kind of legal recourse against these people?
No. The only way she would have one is if they said something that was a lie, like a dangerous lie. Like if somebody came out and said, I know this woman and here's what you need to know. She has this horrible STD and it was a pure lie designed to hurt her. Something like that would rise to the level of an offense. Because it's not true, and there are certain types of lies that the damages are assumed, and STDs are like one of them if you claim somebody has one. So, like, that's not one you ever want to make up about somebody that you're looking to hurt, because, you know, you can get big trouble for that.
We'll remember that when we go trolling.
Right, yeah. Be careful with your trolling. Now, listen, I would love to see us crack down more on that kind of stuff as a society, but there's really just no way to do it without drawing a line that you then will have unintended consequences and it'll really, stifle legitimate speech. So
what's the craziest claim? Somebody pitched you and said, this happened to me. And you're like, oh my, that's not even like somebody took their hot dog and
I'll tell you this, the craziest call I ever got.
Blue?
No, the crazy, and we don't, it's in the art of telling the story. We don't reveal things before the end. But when I got a call from somebody who was at a restaurant and the waitress was filling their water glass and the glass was wet. So it slipped out of the waitress's hand and shattered. And a piece of glass flew off into this person's eye. Now I'm hearing the story saying, okay, well, that's kind of negligence. There might be a claim there, but that's not where this was going. Then the person says that in order to treat the eye, they went into their medicine cabinet to put eye drops in their eye. But instead of putting eye drops in their eye, they grabbed crazy glue. And they put crazy glue in their eye.
What's that doing in the medicine cabinet?
Exactly. Well, they are very similar looking containers. Yeah. So they wanted to bring the claim against the restaurant, but because of the crazy glue. And I had to explain, the principles of what we call proximate cause, that was not a foreseeable thing for the people at the restaurant, that you're going to put crazy glue in your eye. But I could understand, like, it's not as crazy as it sounds. Like, you can see the sequence of thought, but no, you wouldn't. That's not something that you can tie back to the restaurant. So, but yeah, I guess the lesson there for all of the listeners is don't put crazy glue in your eye.
Right. Which is a good tip.
There's words to live by.
Yeah.
What's your baseball take right now? Who are you fired up about? Oh, he's looking at the YouTube chat, Tim. He's leaning in. He's leaning in.
No, that's such a silly comment.
What is the silly comment? So if we can bring the audience up to speed for those not in the YouTube chat.
Well, we are wearing attire that promotes Brody's podcast, Wrestling on the Spectrum. And
what is the issue with it?
Well, yeah, he's somehow this is controversial because we're promoting a program while on a different program. He's just wearing a shirt.
Well, it doesn't matter.
No, but I mean, the reality of it is if I was wearing a Nike shirt, I don't think they'd be on there saying, I can't believe he's promoting Nike on the middle of TMA. No, it doesn't work like that. It's a T-shirt. And in all fairness, worth mentioning, we don't just do this podcast. As soon as we leave here, we have another podcast to do, which, and it requires us to dress that way. So. But I won't mention beyond that.
No, but it also reminds me, in the old days, they would be doing a football game, and of course, the Super Bowl next week on another network. And now it's so, like, instead now Mike Tirico will say, hey, Joe Buck and Troy, they got the Chicago game tomorrow on ESPN.
Isn't that so much healthier?
Yes, and it seems, and the more you hear, like, Nance will say, oh, our buddies Buck and Aikman have got the Super Bowl next week or whatever, it seems normal because you could always find out, or you already knew where the game was, but it was a big secret. You couldn't mention it. If Brody has a podcast Is that a threat to this show? No. It's so weird. Like if we say, hey, Camo X had Ali Marmol on the other day and he said this, you mentioned another station.
Right.
I think that was such an antiquated thought.
Exactly. How many people come on this show specifically to promote things that they're working on or things that they're doing? Tony La Russa was on the show promoting an event. Well, oh my God, if people go to that event, how are they going to listen to 101 ESPN? They can't do both at the same time. Why does La Russa get to promote his event? But that's when you get morons. When you get morons.
That sounds like a little bit Italian, voice there.
Listen, I love it. It's great.
Oh, you know what? People want to hear Brody talk a little bit of the wrestling. They say AJ Lee was phenomenal last night.
Yeah,
Did you
she
watch
had a
him?
segment on Raw. Yeah, she had a segment on Raw.
Well, you didn't get a chance to see Raw last night.
No, I missed
Brody
it.
All right, what do you got, Brody? What was the recap? Oh, Larry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say recap.
No. Review or whatever. Review of Raw. No, Raw was very good last night. I can't lie. It's gotten more enjoyable, I guess, as we gotten into the fall months. I'm surprised to say that, but it's gotten way more enjoyable. They had several good matches. AJ Styles defeated El Grande Americano, and then they're elevating Rusev. He defeated Penta in a one-on-one singles match. They had 2 ladies matches. Let's see. Wait, there was Raquel Rodriguez
Not
defeated
all of you.
No, I'm saying Raquel.
Not that. I'm just saying. I didn't say everybody was a moron. Just the one.
Oh, just the one. Raquel Rodriguez defeated Lyra Valkyria, and of course, AJ Lee had a segment on Raw, and also the other women's match. Right, Asuka defeated Nikki Bella. They all blur in. It's like you watch SmackDown on Friday, and then there's Raw on Monday. So
are you sure you didn't mention a brand of coffee? Did you say there was a Cafe Americano in there or something?
El Grande Americano. They're trying to, do a foreign menace in a lucha style. So the wrestler's name is El Grande Americano. It's kind of funny.
I'll take one.
I thought you were offering up coffee.
No, I'm sure they have a coffee sponsor, though. Now the ring is just covered in stuff like the UFC. It's just, TKO just commercializes the ring now. It used to be a clean canvas in wrestling. Now they got every sponsor on the planet in the ring. So it's just kind of funny that I'm sure that's happened.
Just so you know, Shibbity, I don't know if you're aware of this. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and recognize that that's an anti-Semitic comment. But I'm guessing you may not know that. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but just know that that's anti-Semitic. Go on.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's move on. And of course, the main event of Raw, Bronson Reed defeated LA Knight, and then Jey Uso speared LA Knight. So now they're continuing that storyline into the next week, I guess. And Jey Uso may be turning heel. I can't believe I'm saying that, but that's kind of where we are in wrestling. And of course, AEW, WWE competing against each other. September 20th, WWE is WrestlePalooza first, PLE on ESPN, and then of course in AEW they have their all-out pay-per-view, even though they had to move it to the afternoon in Toronto, so they couldn't conflict times. Tony Khan is submitting that he is a AAA promotion and that WWE is a major league franchise and the top dog. It's amazing. I am stunned, but that's where we are now.
Don't they have an event coming to St. Louis, AEW?
Yes, Wrestle Dream in October. So if you all want to go to the Chaffetz Arena on October 18th to go watch some
usually
AEW.
A Wednesday night, right? Isn't that their night, typically?
Yeah, Wednesday night AEW Dynamite. That's on, I believe, TNT, but they get moved on TBS sometimes. Turner, they just kind of move AEW around week by week, whatever station they want to put it on or whatever. But you can get all their pay-per-views or PLEs, whatever you call them, on HBO Max. So WWE's got a deal with ESPN. AEW has a deal with HBO Max. So it's all over the place. UFC's now got a deal with Paramount. So it's a whole new ball game. Wrestling's being treated like a sport, and we are loving it. Can't deny it.
You sound like an encyclopedia of knowledge on this topic. How's your podcast going over? What's the feedback you're getting?
Oh, it's been good. It's been going great. I can't deny it. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Andy lamented about it last week, which is shocking. That, of course, in case he doesn't know, we were listening. We are like the Sklar brothers, Andy.
I was shocked. It was very nice to hear Andy speak so positively.
It was. And then he, of course, corrupted his mind with the Insane Clown Posse, because the Insane Clown Posses are big wrestling fans. And at their gathering every year, they have wrestling matches there. So I've corrupted his mind. He then mentions about the Insane Clown Posse, but that's...
You've infiltrated.
I've infiltrated
What were they, the Juggaloos or something?
The Juggalos. That's their fan base.
Okay.
They're called the Juggalos, which is an interesting thing. They're an interesting group, but
Doug usually listens to Insane Clown Posse on the way in the morning, just to kind of fire him up.
Revved up, yeah. Would you like to be an announcer someday for one of the networks?
I don't know.
Wrestling play-by-play guy?
Who knows? I could be, I mean, I could be the next Jim Ross. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Wrestling is just such an interesting sport, and we're in an interesting time. It just feels like there's a lot going on. A lot of it's, there's so much programming on it weekly. It's crazy. I know Doug lamented like 5 days a week, but it is averagely on 4 days a week. So you're not wrong.
Doug lamented that there's too much.
He's like, do you watch wrestling 5 days a week? He's like, I don't know. I haven't watched wrestling since I was in high school, but maybe I'll start watching it. Who knows? I think he would enjoy it deep down, Andy. I think he would deep down enjoy it because, he needs that more in his life. All the topics that he likes, it's on wrestling every week.
Andy Crouppen needs it more in his life.
He does. I'm telling you. He needs a more well-balanced.
He does. He's living on that house with all women.
Oh,
he does.
Daughters.
He needs a little bit of that testosterone-driven.
And that sounds a little misogynist, I got to say.
No,
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It's amazing.
So the AEW, so Tony Khan, son of Shad Khan,
That's correct,
Jaguars
sir.
owner,
Yes.
hugely successful businessman. Tony Khan has that AEW. So you said he had to claim that he was a AAA. Isn't that kind of weird that he would have to kind of diminish his own product in order to get that night? Is that what it was?
No, it was that time. No, they're both are sharing a night with WWE, but yes, he had to diminish. It does diminish himself.
Weird?
Well, because he competing with WWE is hard. So
he had to play like the cry poor in order to get that spot.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Well, we're going to move the pay-per-view back to 2 o'clock Central Time, so we're not interfering with WWE. We're going to have, wrestling fans will watch both. That's the thing about wrestling fans. They'll watch anything. They'll watch that, and then they're immediately going to go over to WWE. Tony Khan and HBO and Turner all know that, so of course that's why they're moving it over. Is they'll watch our show too, and then they'll watch WWE because it's hard to flip back and forth. Because flipping back and forth from ESPN, then you got to go out, and then you got to go. It's not like flipping numbers on a remote. It's very hard to go back and forth. It's just
Like
too hard.
Going inside of different.
Yeah, you got to go
services.
inside of different services. It's not like flipping channels. It's very hard for wrestling fans to go back and forth because. Now, of course, they got like 2 screens, and now on one TV it's WWE and the other TV is AEW. I've seen some crazy things, and oh goodness, they're just battling. Wrestling's always had competition, though. Territories have always battled each other. WWE and WCW from the '90s battled each other.
There's the gong.
Oh,
It's louder than I expected it to be.
He's got the gong all of a sudden, like he heard WWE versus AEW.
He saw that we had toys, and he started playing. I I like it. There's a
Ed, you love that YouTube chat.
He does, I'm telling you. Listen, he loves the interaction. He loves getting into it. He's just looking for the next guy. I'm telling you, he's on the hunt and the prowl.
261 friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and so those of you in there, Ed and Brody, or Ed at least, is reading the.
I do.
He does.
Anybody you want to talk with in there?
He cares about what you say, so it. Oh my God! The craziest thing I've ever seen was the Young Bucks dumping gummy bears in the middle of the ring in a match a few weeks ago. Is the craziest thing I've ever seen. I contemplated my life as a wrestling fan and where it's gone when I saw a wrestler dumping gummy bears in the middle of the ring. I contemplated what this world is all about. It's the most silliest thing I've ever seen.
Right. Is it sillier doing it or watching it?
Watching it is silly to see an adult men in the middle of a wrestling match dumping gummy bears in the middle of the ring. That was the most silliest thing I've seen in years.
They're out of gimmicks at that point.
Oh, God. Yeah, I know. It's supposed to be thumbtacks, but let me open up the bag, and it said it was gummy bears, and the fans laughed for like a second, and then they were just all embarrassed, like, why are we all watching this? The Young Bucks, golly, they're an embarrassment to the wrestling business. But, oh, God.
Well, if you've ever put glue in your eye, you can call Ed at 22. No, actually, I learned that from Terry. He says 2222.
What happened to the guy with the glue in the eye?
I don't know. He was in a sticky situation. I know that.
That's terrible. Bad. Oh. He still had another eye that worked.
Oh.
But this says here, I'm looking like I need a magnifying glass. If that's a way of saying that I can't see anything, you are right. I am really, my eyesight has, the only thing that's gone worse is my hearing. So they're both terrible now. No, it's true, guys. You wake up one day, it's all fine, and then you hit a certain point, and it all goes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I know he says Darby Allin does dumber stuff. He doesn't do his comedic of stuff. We're referencing comedy. But yes, he does ridiculous stunts with skateboards and all that stuff. But yes, Darby Allin does dumber stuff, but Young Bucks try to do comedy and wrestling, and funny doesn't draw money, as Jim Ross would say.
Funny doesn't draw money.
I love this comment, by the way. Bulliards. That's a good comment,
Thank you,
folks.
Libby Jackie DiCaprio. Went to Bulliards, had the burger and fries. They agree 100% was a delight.
Spicy Bowl is a great sandwich. I will encourage it. We actually go to the places we have on Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches. We show up and actually eat the sandwiches again just to prove that we like them even more.
Ed just thanked Libby Jackie DiCaprio. It's a big moment for Jackson.
Listen, it's
There's all kinds of
people come back. They take a recommendation. They give you the feedback. You gotta love on that a little bit.
It's funny is Darby Allin actually did climb Mount Everest. That's actually true. Of all the things that people reference in wrestling.
We've lost control of the show, Tim. It's now Ed and Brody locked in on the YouTube chat.
I know.
We're having a conversation with the chat.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Ethan Page and Chelsea Green are a nice combination. But, yes, he's right. Funny doesn't typically draw money. That's true.
Which is a shame.
Well, comedy is just not needed in wrestling. We need a little comedy, but not to the point where it bogs it down. As a reference on our show is a wrestling overload. We don't need that much comedy. Yeah. We have other programs that provide comedy.
Was the most successful wrestler who was comedic?
I like William Regal. He's probably one of the better ones. William Regal is actually good at comedy, and he's great in the ring. I love me some William Regal. Booker T had some hilarious moments. I like that a lot. So there have been some really good wrestlers that have engaged a little bit with comedy, but yet can still stay serious.
George the Animal Steel was hysterical.
Yeah, George the Animal Steel's funny, I would
just
say.
The way he'd eat the turnbuckle.
It's great.
Like you enjoyed
hairy back on him.
Great wrestling
I don't know if he
hairy
intended
back.
it to be funny, but to me that was funny.
I don't think he intended it to be funny. I think he meant it to be in a heel, menacing manner, but I do think it was funny. And MJF did get married. That's true. Tony Khan was at his wedding. MJF got married. One of the best professional wrestlers in the game today. Great. And R-Truth is a very successful comedy wrestler. That's true. I'll put R-Truth up there.
You don't know who MJF is yet. Trust me, you will know.
I don't know who it is.
You will know this guy. Give him in the next few years. He's going to be.
He's a
He'll
rising
be the
star.
biggest breakout to ever come out of AEW. He's already in the new Happy Gilmore movie with a legitimate acting part, not as a cameo. And he's going to cross over and become a big star.
MJ.
Yes, Maxwell.
Zero,
Friedman.
no on Santino Marella, and no on the Hurricane, though I like the Hurricane in the ring, and he's currently an agent and producer for WWE. The Moondogs, yeah, oh my gosh, that's obscure, but yes, the tag team of the Moondogs. Does he like Moondog Rex better? I don't know, but I've had a lot of Moondogs. Junkyard Dog is not a comedic wrestler, but is one of the biggest drawing wrestlers in the history of the sport of wrestling, particularly in the Mid-South territory.
You're getting these questions now off the YouTube.
The YouTube chat is.
Yes, it is way too early to talk about Beau Pribula for the Heisman.
All right, there we go. Oh, no, they're going to come after Brody for taking on a Mizzou team.
I like Beau Pribula, just way too early for the Heisman.
Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com by calling 314-222-2222.
And thank you to Jake, who said something positive about me. I appreciate that.
No, Titus O'Neil does not count as a comedy wrestler.
There it is. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of the program. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll take a commercial break.
Have a great day, gentlemen.
Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN here on the TMA YouTube channel as well, where friends have gathered like Legend of Columbia. Doug, he is back.
Oh, good.
And he's interacting.
Okay.
Now that he has called in and explained himself, you can talk it over the Legend of Columbia at the TMA STL YouTube channel here on 101 ESPN. Doug, you say that Daddy likey the Cardinals wild card chances?
I sure do. Just 4.5 back. Sure. What's not to like about that?
I believe an hour and a half ago I asked about, did anybody watch the game?
I wonder, but can you imagine in the 80s, 90s, or aughts, the Cardinals would be 4.5 games out of a playoff spot? And now, granted, they were playing on the West Coast, but it's kind of like a...
It feels like they're 14.5 games out instead of 4.5 out.
Because they are in the division.
Yeah, more than that. So, what do you think the reason is for that? Do you see what I'm saying? If this is the 80s, 90s, aughts, maybe even the teens, and they're 4.5 out of a playoff spot, it's all people would be talking about at this point in the year. And yet, it's not. And I'm not chastising. I'm asking for the why.
Well, do you think they checked out on this team a long time ago?
I don't know if anybody ever checked in.
Well, all right. So they had no interest really in this team, so it doesn't even matter now. And 4.5 out of the third wild card isn't all that exciting. But you're right. If it's 05, 06, and this team had been banged up, but hey, they're still kind of in it, you would be totally, probably even passionate. Oh, we can still do this. Instead of now going, who gives a rip?
Right.
I was frustrated when they took Michaelis out, and Ali Marmol did talk about it. And there was a texter earlier saying, do you think they should have left him in? It's an interesting debate because, for the most part, the season doesn't matter. Michaelis was working on a shutout. The first two batters reach. You're leading to, for those who didn't see it, it's the bottom of the sixth. Cards lead 2-0. He has a walk and a hit. So there's 2 on. It's 2-0. They go to Gordon Restrepo, who has not been great. And even though in the postgame, Michaelis was asked, he said, did you want to stay? He's like, yeah, man, for sure. And then he kind of caught himself. He's like, but Gordon's been great, man. And then you look at the numbers, ERA like 8 in August, not great. Again, the game doesn't matter. But I think, and one of the issues is a number of bullpen pieces were not available. Riley O'Brien, Jojo Romero, they went through the list and they put not available. My argument would be, if you have a very limited bullpen, if you're ever going to roll the dice with the veteran starter and say, let's see what you can do. But the argument is always, and I hate this, and it's not just Ollie, they all do it, third time through. That's why Quintana had to come out of the playoff game, third time. In the situation where your bullpen's already depleted, that's not the night to go early to your pen. I would have said leave Michaelis. He might have gotten shelled. I mean, Michaelis, for the most part, gets shelled. But I think in that case, leave him out there. See what he can do. Because Restrepo's not some whiz.
The answers that I'm getting to that question is from the 618, because it's not a legitimate, quote, playoff spot anymore. The last wild card spot is a joke. Manbay 2004 writes, because of the dip-ass playoff format, Tim. And listen, I'm incredibly vocal ad nauseum regarding my view of baseball's watered-down playoff format with playing 162 games and then 6 teams getting in and having a best-of-3 series, even if you win the division for the 3rd seed. With that said, in 2022, do you know what seed won the National League pennant? The 6th seed. In 2023, do you know what seed won the National League pennant? The 6th seed. So, and I'm not saying, and by the way, I hate it. I can't tell you how much I hate it. I think there is a direct correlation of my interest in the game and what Major League Baseball has done with the playoff format. But my premise is the 6th wild card spot, the 6th seed, has made deep runs. And you've heard guys talk about, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Brian Snitker last year of the Braves, it could be off, who said, yeah, we did get one of the top seeds, so that means we're going to have to sit out for a week. So we're going to play games to try to simulate it because they feel like the byes are actually not rewards. And they can be penalties for teams. So, the reason I bring it up, and I'm not telling people they should be interested at all. I'm not. I didn't watch a second of it. But I'm saying that the 6th seed, while we might not view it as, quote, real, it has gone to the World Series in 2022 and 2023. So, there isn't a sliver of me that watches this team and goes, World Series team. Yeah. But when baseball sets this up so they can kind of distract you from going, the same teams are going to be at the top of the divisions, so we'll open it up to let a bunch of teams in and, say that we have parity because everybody's in the playoff race. Again, by the system they've created, not by the socioeconomic elements of the game at all, then this is what you have. And I think what my premise on it is, people aren't interested because people are irritated that great teams are not necessarily rewarded for surviving and thriving in the marathon, but instead baseball, in order to cover up its economic deficiencies that they will not tend to, they now just say, okay, everybody's in the mix. And only at this moment do you have 10 teams that are more than 5 games out of a playoff spot. That's what you have on September 9th with the season having 3 weeks left.
But I would argue that fans who are, if they were being questioned, why don't you lock in on this? You got a chance here. They're not even playing as if it matters. Ali Marmol about Graceffo even said, these are the kind of outs he's going to need to get next year.
Yeah, exactly.
So in other words, it's still about next season, so don't really waste your time. And this is also the same team that consistently brought out Eric Fetty and allowed Palante to go 1-11 over 12 starts without ever trying to just mix it up, shake it up, do something different, threw away games. So you've already told me that it really doesn't matter this season.
The team they're tied with in the wild card race, 4.5 back, is the team that I think was one of the most aggressive sellers at the deadline, the Diamondbacks.
I think it's another factor. It's just a flat, boring team. Who do they have that you want to go to the park and see? They don't have an all-star. They don't have somebody chasing a record. They don't have a guy who's been with the team for 10 years that still has a large following. Last night they had 3 hits and struck out 14 times. It's just not a very interesting team to watch. The playoff format isn't what gets me. I know it gets you, Tim, and a lot of other people. But what just gets me is it's just not a very entertaining team to watch. They don't steal bases. They don't hit home runs. Look at some of the guys Seattle had on their team last night. They got Kyle Rowley with 53 homers. They got Suarez with 45 homers and 109 RBI. They got big hitters.
Rodriguez is a stud.
Yeah, Cardinals got nobody. They have nobody that you want to go out and watch.
I'd be curious what the talk is in Texas. I'm talking about the Dallas Metroplex. I would imagine it's Cowboys, period. But
and then Cowboys, and then
probably
more Cowboys.
Maybe some Arch Manning sprinkled in there, and the Stars and Mavericks will be getting underway. But they're a game and a half back of a playoff spot. The Guardians are 2.5 games back of a playoff spot. And the Royals, on the other side of the state, are 3 games back of a playoff spot. They're 2 games over 500. The Rays, a selling festival, are the same distance back of a playoff spot as the Cardinals, 4.5 games back. You have 5 teams, well, not even 5 teams in the American League, 3 teams in the American League that are double digits back of a playoff spot, 5 that I would consider out of it. With the Angels, Orioles, A's, Twins, and White Sox. And in the National League, you have 5 teams that are double digits back. But the Cardinals are tied for the 6th worst record in the National League, but they're 4.5 games back of a playoff spot. Now, I want to make it clear, I do not put it all on the playoff format, but I think what it has done is it has lessened the excitement that usually is brought with a September race. Because it's like, okay, we'll get in. This is going back a while, almost a quarter century. What could have been / should have been an incredibly thrilling final game of the regular season in 2001 between the Cardinals and Astros, because they were playing each other and the winner won the division and the loser got the wild card spot, was kind of like if you lose, you lose. You get into the playoffs either way. And so the format has, I think, diluted the enthusiasm for the races, which then I think has a carryover effect to a lack of enthusiasm for October, which then has a lack of enthusiasm for the game year-round. So you have that. Now, taking that constant argument I have about it and my real anger with what baseball has done, because I think the real reason they've done it is to cloak the economic disparity that the game has by saying, look, we don't have repeat winners because we're essentially just drawing lottery balls with our postseason format. isolating it to the Cardinals, Cardinal fans know this isn't a good baseball team. And I don't even know what part of it would be considered a good baseball team, because we've been lucky enough to see great baseball teams, much less good baseball teams, for most of the last quarter century. And by most, I mean almost every year up until 3 years ago. And then on the other side, there's good and then there's exciting. And I have no idea what you're tuning into that would get you excited. Unless you want to go, okay, I want to watch some of those guys on the Mariners.
How about the 85 Cardinals winning the division? The Mets missed the playoffs, to your point about things being watered down. The Mets won 98 games in 1985 and missed the playoffs. Mm-hmm. The Yankees won 97 games that year. Toronto got in because they won the division.
I didn't know that about the Yankees.
The Yankees won 97 and the Mets won 98. So you're a New York baseball fan. And neither team is in the postseason.
I didn't realize. I knew about the Mets. I mean, those were incredible races, and those were some great teams, both in the Cardinals and in Queens. But I always kind of thought the Yankees had a rough era after they played the Dodgers in '81, up until getting back in '95 with Donnie Baseball's final year.
The Mets could get in this year in a wild card with 80, 81 wins, maybe 82. Yeah. They got 76 right now, and they got a 3-game lead. Not many games left. If they can get to like 83 wins, that'll probably get them in.
But let's say you are a fan who is invested, who says, I'm all in. I'm a diehard. Let's sneak in. I hear what that Vaughn guy keeps saying. Let's just get hot. Let's likey this baby, whatever he says. And you're tuning in, and then you see Michaels with a shutout and say, oh, you know what? 2 guys on, not the end of the world. One of the innings earlier, got a double play to end an inning, but it's the 3rd time through. And then you see Graceffo come in, and you go, I don't know. Graceffo, I hope he does okay. And, of course, gives up some hits. And, you say, well, why'd we go to him? Well, then you're told, well, this is stuff for next year, too. He's going to have to get these outs. And then I'm a fan. I'm going, well, then why am I watching?
Then why am I watching? I follow exactly what you're saying. Your thoughts are welcome. Air Comfort Service, text inbox 314-399-9646. You're welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on the program. And then, of course, you also have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Brown Crouppen, presenting sponsor of the program. James Carlton, sponsor of the Colonel. James Carlton is online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent, and he has been going back now 6 years. I cannot recommend James enough. You call there right now. You are talking to somebody who is live and in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. 425 5-star reviews for James Carlton and his team at the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. We're entering the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, what do we have here?
Well, this is Michael Bublé.
Nailed it.
Just haven't met you yet. This is the kind of yacht rock that I like.
How old is Michael Bublé today?
Oh,
I'll
he's
say
probably
45.
40. I was going to say 45, so I'll say 46.
47.
Today is Michael Bublé's 50th birthday.
Oh, is he really?
All right.
Yep, 1975. Born in Burnaby, British Columbia.
Mm-hmm. Big hockey player, apparently.
Oh, really?
He tried to be, yeah. I don't know how far he got up the chain, but I've heard him talk many times about what a hockey fan he is.
What the percentage of kids who play hockey in Canada versus America? I'd be curious on that.
Boys playing hockey in Canada, I bet it's 80, 85%.
Really? Wow.
Wouldn't you think?
Boys who play sport.
Boys who play soccer in this country play
Right.
soccer. It's like 90%.
Right.
Because that's the first sport everybody plays as a 4 or 5 year old.
Maybe not 80% of all kids, but 80% of kids who play sports. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Even though it's still expensive, like it's a pricey game. You got to get new pads every couple of years. Ice time's hard to get. I'm sure ice time's probably easier to get up there.
Yeah, like your backyard.
Yeah.
They did that in Minnesota when I was there. A lot of backyard outdoor rinks. But that's not that interesting a topic, so we'll move on.
Jackson, is that the drop from the Mizzou laugh? Is that the Mizzou laugh?
That's Drink with Feinbaum.
Oh, okay.
One more time.
That was about their hair blowing around the quad or whatever.
Felt seen in that clip.
Drink likes him some drink.
How about the clip with Beau Pribula, the quarterback? Doug, did you see that?
I don't think I did.
Jackson,
This is
why did you tell
from
him?
SEC Network yesterday. Beau Pribula was being interviewed, and Eli Drinkwitz comes to crash of the little.
Oh, okay.
All offense is answer the bell, but answer me this, because CD said earlier he didn't think that Eli Drinkwitz was cool. Is Drink cool?
He's a nerd. He's our boy. He's a nerd at heart, but I mean, the guy somehow has the ability to relate and come off cool too, right?
I don't think Coach Drink is cool at all. What do y'all even?
Wait, are you cool? Is he cool or not?
Dude, I'm the dorkiest guy in college football, and I embrace it.
Okay, just making sure he understood that. The drive-by.
So Pribula was on the Zoom, the TV, and then Drinkwitz is walking behind him just as they're talking about whether he was a dork or not.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting.
Well, at least he plays into it. He leans into it. Because he doesn't look like the guy who played big-time football himself. So that takes a little bit of doing to be accepted, I'm sure.
Said he was the dorkiest guy in college football, but he's embracing it, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was odd that Pribula is being asked about Drinkwitz being a dork just as he's standing behind her or walking by.
You thought it was staged.
I don't know. I'm not saying it was staged, but I think, what are the odds? Hey, Bo's going to go in here and do a 5-minute thing with SEC Network. Unless Drinkwitz was in there listening to the whole thing, and it was the perfect time to kind of do a drive-by. CD being Chris Doring of the
former Florida receiver.
And apparently he was kind of poking fun at Drink.
Easy, Doug. I love me some Drink. That's from Ironhead.
Well, I do too. And Drink loves him some Drink too.
You can be as dorky as you want if you win ball games.
Right?
Well,
Sell out buildings and make the program a success again. Now, Brett Bielema, that looks like a guy who played football.
Yeah.
And he did. And so it's probably a little easier for him to be in the club.
You like how he spells Brett with one T?
I don't care for it. No.
I kind of like it.
Looks like it's short for something.
Every time I type his name for TV, I like one T. Yeah, okay. B-I-E. Like every time, I've got to stop and pause. B-I-E-L-E. But if Patriot fans had Bill Belichick and they're winning Super Bowls, do you think was he beloved even though he was such a drip? Do you think fans are, we love you, Bill, because they're just winning Super Bowls, even though he gave them nothing personality?
Love for football coaches is so conditional.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they're winning.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so
Billy
conditional.
Napier, 4 days ago, might have been trending up more than anybody in college football in the SEC specifically. As crazy as that might sound. And then they lose on a last-second field goal, granted to a non-brand name team. In other words, if they would have been undefeated going into LSU and lost at LSU, where they're playing this weekend, different deal. And now it's hot seat season.
Yeah.
And that's just the way that it works. I mean, this is all incredibly predictable. But that's a perfect way to describe it. It is conditional.
Yeah.
You are truly only as beloved as the outcome of your next game. If Kevin Coleman doesn't catch that ball over the middle on 4th and 7 and Missouri loses to Kansas, you have people calling for Eli Drinkwitz's head. Now, that doesn't mean that it's a large number of people or that it is serious, but that is how fickle it is.
Yeah. Yeah, more so than maybe any other American sport.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. And I
Belichick
actually don't even know what I would put in second place relative to it.
Right.
I think probably the NFL, and my reasoning for it is the volume of games.
Right.
Right. You have to have a real big losing streak in the NHL or NBA. You have to have high expectations in Major League Baseball.
In the NHL, they get fired quickly, but it's usually like the ownership or the management. It's not fans going bananas.
And football is so choreographed. The coach has much more impact in football than I think most other sports.
Yeah, I agree.
But Belichick couldn't possibly have had any more success in New England, and now apparently they won't even let him in the building there anymore.
Well, that's 9-2, Doug. It's called the Belichick Battle.
Well, good news. We have that in addition to So What'd Your Grandma Think?
Oh, yes.
Oh, So What'd Your Grandma Think? It's coming up for you. That is next on TMA 101 ESPN.
I guarantee there's a Schnucks in your neighborhood. That means you can load up on everything you need for the kids' lunches or maybe something different this time of year, the meal. You're trying to come up with an idea. Love talking to the folks at the deli, at the butcher department. Everyone's friendly there. They can help you pick things out. Make sure you get the Rewards app by now. Most people have probably figured that out. But in addition to saving points and racking up money every time you check out, they also let you know items that you frequently buy. If there's any additional savings going on, they'll let you know right there. Get an alert. Also, the digital shelf tags let you know additional savings that are taking place at the store. They've been working hard to mark down as many items as they can at Schnucks. It's everyday savings that you can count on. You also use the app if you want to have delivery. Schnucks delivers. You can do curbside pickup. So many different options now when you're loading up on your groceries. And when you go to your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks, pick up some advice while you're picking up your groceries. Everyday savings that you can count on at Schnucks.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Last night, first Monday Night Football of the season, the Vikings defeat the Bears at Soldier Field 27-24. The Vikings are 1-0 on the season. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's Halloween, it's time to scare the pants off your friends.
CMA 101 ESPN, 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. I cannot say it enough, so I'm going to just have it be, Doug, a tenet of the program going along with what? We don't kink shame, right?
I do.
Honesty in media papers. Am I missing any of the tenets?
Pro-liberty.
Yeah, we love liberty.
Yep. Pro-liberty, anti-kink shaming.
I'm not.
Kinda like
Compound interest is the seventh wonder of the world.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What about fries? There's something.
High yield, please.
Ooh, I got myself some waffle fries last night.
Oh, where was that?
I went to Chick-fil-A. I was craving
did
it.
you? Yeah.
I was craving
Spicy
it.
sandwich?
I did.
Yeah, it's delicious.
When you don't feel good, you got to just eat some bad food, don't you? I
That's
think
interesting. I wonder what that was about. I'm like, what's going on? I've got to get Chick-fil-A. And I went and got Chick-fil-A. Doug, I got the waffle fries, and you're right. It holds the catsup so well.
I go to Chick-fil-A way too much because it's like a half a mile from my house.
You got a
Drive by
grilled
it.
chicken, Doug.
Well, of course.
What they really have is a world-class Arnold Palmer, and that's...
They do? They call it a sun kiss or sun. They don't call it Arnold Palmer. They got their own name for it.
Oh, interesting.
Illegal.
I get the grilled chicken nuggets there.
Oh,
You
great
get like
play.
12, and it's only 200 some calories.
A lot of
Is that right?
protein. A lot of
Really?
protein.
I'm going to have to look into that.
Gee, Doug, what if they serve broccoli?
Oh, that'd be great.
Waffle broccoli.
Ugh.
Mark Hanna has no interest in Chick-fil-A, but the tenets of the program would the final one would be this: get a financial advisor. And Mark would be the first one to say, "Hey, if it's not me, that's fine. Just make sure you have a financial advisor." Oh, man, what I wouldn't do to go back and make sure I had a financial advisor way back when. I would have loved to have met Mark Hanna 25 years ago. Well, you can still work with the man. Call him at 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Having a financial advisor isn't about, I'm sitting here with a bunch of disposable income. What can I do with it? It's not about that. It's about planning. It's about getting into the habit of saving and also budgeting. It's so easy, and it can become a habit. And the next thing you know, it is incredibly healthy. I feel like there is a financial literacy issue across the board, and it's not limited to generations or anything like that. People talk about fitness and mental health. Financial health is an incredibly overlooked element. That's why a financial advisor, especially a quality one like Mark Hanna, so important. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Doug, it's time for one of my favorite segments.
What?
So what'd your grandma think?
Okay.
I'm going to play the open.
Yeah, you should. It's so good.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like...
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
Or...
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
What's that? And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Bro,
That's a clown question, bro.
Now, it's time for...
So what'd your grandma think?
It'll never make me not laugh when the guy says, congratulations, I lost. I think it's the greatest one ever. It's so funny.
How? Like, was it COVID and it was
I think
like
some
a Zoom interview?
French reporter played a joke on him. Ugh, stupid American.
Doug, you're going to get a lot of so what'd your grandma think in college football. In Martin, it probably speaks to exactly what you were talking about around 750, which is you have young student reporters who the coaches will feel that they are empowered to talk down to. And then also in 2025, where so much is it looked like, or social media was saying, then the reporter lacking the self-awareness, that becomes his reality. And then they take the social media take right to the head coach. And as the question comes out, they realize, oh, God, I'm talking in my social media reality, and then there is what is actually really going on, and that's what happened yesterday in Austin, Texas, with this exchange with Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkisian. Take a listen.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
fourth
who?
quarter. Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
What was that?
And the clip was so wonderful, and then the line that Sarkisian took, I don't know how to explain it. Papers and I were texting about it yesterday. It was, of
Like,
course,
why
one
did
that
he
I
go
said-
bathroom?
Right, exactly, Martin.
Why did he go? Can I hear the beginning again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
fourth
who?
quarter. Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
That right there.
Like
Quick
he was-
fold.
He doesn't have any.
Throwing pains? Is that what he said? Throwing pains.
It looked like that.
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
I just don't get it. I don't get it. I know he was trying to come back at him, but that was an odd thing to say.
Wasn't it? I couldn't agree with you more.
I didn't get it either.
So none of us know the reason for the bathroom line.
It's a 21-second clip that features 4 things that you could break down, like in detail. Because Tim's right; that's like total social media talk, and then you bring it to the coach, and you realize, oh crap, I don't have a source for this other than Longhorn 42443 said it on
but
Twitter.
they all talk to each other, and it becomes reality. And I used to post on message boards, and I remember, I can't recall who. All I know is when Matheny was playing, I think I was talking with Edmonds. So it's that 2004, 2005 Cardinals. Obviously a great team. And I was asking something that in my world, when I would communicate with, because this is the people I would communicate with about the Cardinals on this message board, it's like everybody, because that's all they know. They're in their echo chamber. And so then I actually take it to the people involved. And Matheny walks by and he just starts laughing at how dumb it was and shaking his head. And, and Edmonds is attempting to be polite with the question.
That's kind of a surprise.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I agree with you. And it was at that moment that I go, okay, I guess what I'm asking is totally not true. And they're just rolling their eyes at how stupid the idea is. And so when I saw this yesterday, I'm like, this guy's probably really involved on either like the Longhorns 24/7 message board or Twitter or whatever. And in their world, they've come to the conclusion that Arch Manning has a bad throwing motion and it must be because of an injury. And that's why he played poorly at Ohio State. And Sarkisian's game management was protectionism in Columbus. And it became reality. And then he asked this question. If you don't mind, I'd love to hear it one more time.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
fourth
who?
quarter. Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
You think he just wanted to use the term throwing pains? He saw that somewhere online. He thought that is really cool.
I think you can ask the question, like, hey, does Arch have any pain in his shoulder? There was a grimace a few times. Like, that's a question. But saying it looks like Arch has throwing pains, like you're essentially like making that claim before anyone's made the claim. You can still ask the question. Just have to
But
word
then
it
the
differently.
follow-up, who said that? Arch. You're going to really have to back that up.
Yeah, I think he thought, who has the throwing pain? He said Arch, but he's like, Arch told you? No.
No.
So good. Outstanding.
Doug, Kurt Bankert made a video analyzing it. That's from the 314.
Kurt Banker?
Bankert.
Oh, who is Kurt Bankert?
Well, look it up.
I don't want to.
What'd your grandma think, Kurt? Made a video analyzing it.
But have I ever taken film of you guys in the bathroom?
The video is about him looking hurt, not the press conference. I thought he broke down the press conference. And it may be that Arch Manning appeared to the naked eye to be injured, and to Jack B's desk report, you can ask that question.
Right.
And they'll still poo-poo all over
they'll
it
say,
and let
they
you
can
feel
say
like
no.
an imbecile
But
because
at
you're
least
not
you
in
ask
the
the
game.
question. Yeah, you can at least ask the question. But saying Arch has throwing pain, different.
Yours is better than Arch. That's from Maxwell Hung.
I like takes. We'll drive by take.
That's probably why you played last year instead of Arch, right?
Yeah, small sample size so far with Arch Manning, but, you know.
A lot of pressure. A lot of hype. Got that name behind him. He was here this summer, remember? Cleaning up in the
he hung out
tornado
with
area.
Ryan Wingo, right?
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
According to who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
No, he didn't.
Even the no is kind of sarcastic.
Like, no, of course not.
I didn't say it. You said it. What do you mean I said it? I said it. You said it.
It is like a producer on TMA being cross-examined. Immediately I thought
I'm going to fold. Screw it.
But then I confused why they're confused.
I realize my poker experience is probably a little different than most people, having played as much as I did. But it's like when somebody raises and then you re-raise and then they go, I'm all like, okay, fine, take it. I'm just like, why'd I even bother? That's what that was. Who told you? Arch? Arch told you? No. I don't know why even. It was like the Chris Farley show. I don't even know why.
I think we played the clip of Martin Short on 60 Minutes where he's getting grilled by a pseudo Mike Wallace, and he's just sweating profusely. He's got a cigarette dangling, and he's supposed to be like a tobacco executive, and he's like, what are you talking about? I'm not lying. You're lying. You're nervous. I'm not nervous. You're nervous. That's what this poor kid. What? No. Why?
Too funny.
Doug, I made a $1.55 bet on the Baltimore Ravens and Bills game, and I won $86. Hell yeah. And yes, the $1.55 was the last of my money in the account online. It was Parlay City. That's from Ironhead.
Wow.
We finna be rich.
Well, yeah, $86 is a good step towards wealth.
Well,
especially
I have a card for it.
If it only costs you $1.50. Yeah, it's a nice little wager.
I wonder what the wager was to get paid that handsomely. Was it approximately like 50x?
Yeah. What, do you like have an alternate over/under of 72?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Because it did.
Went way over. I took the under last night. Damn it.
What was it? So it did.
It was at 43.5 at kickoff, I think. Maybe a little under, maybe a little more than that. It went way over. I just thought the field is touchy at Soldier Field.
Oh, you're on this field thing.
There
were a lot of videos.
Grass matters.
There were a lot of videos.
Grass matters.
Grass matters.
The weather's bad.
New segment for you. Grass matters.
The Soldier Field has like kind of been famous for having like not the best grass.
And I believe a lot of pregame videos showing them working.
Well, yeah, they had a concert there like a week ago.
Oasis, I think, might have played, or somebody.
Yeah,
they did. Some of my
seams.
friends went up there. It was 2 weeks Thursday, I guess.
Yeah, they were showing video of the seams, like them trying to like pound out the seams in the grass that have been made from the concert. And I was like, ooh, I thought I had an edge.
Doug, Mount Rushmore of Oasis songs?
I don't know any Oasis.
Don't Look Back in Anger's way up there.
I think that's probably the George Washington. I mean, you got to put Wonderwall on there.
I don't like that song.
I understand, and that's the reason why I said you got to put it on there, but it's not going to play well. I'm going to throw Champagne Supernova out there and feel really good about it.
What about Stop Crying Your Heart Out? Or Wonderwall?
I already said.
Doug's hit the old Wikipedia.
Or Don't Go Away.
Well, I like Don't Go Away.
All right.
I think we just did Mount Rushmore.
Well, Live Forever, Stand By Me, all those are pretty big hits.
If you're
Flight
the
Away, don't sleep on that.
Bears organization, multi-billion-dollar company, do you really want a concert there? Even if it's a couple weeks out, I don't know.
They only played, I think, 3 U.S. I think they played MetLife. I think they played Demoff's place and Soldier Field. That's it, as far as U.S. states.
Yeah. I don't know how that... It's probably different having grass versus turf. I don't know how that all works, but they have real grass, so...
Well, Gen Z doesn't understand how cool Oasis is. That's from Eric in the Central West.
Sorry. The one song Wonderwall always gets played, and I don't like it.
Why do you hate Paul Giggsy McGigan?
I don't. The Gallaghers seem like true rock stars. I like watching interviews with them.
What do you have against Paul Bonehead Arthurs?
I like how big of Manchester City fans they are. You know, sports fanatics. I like that.
Okay.
But
Morning Glory needs to be on the Mount Rushmore. You're right, Heiser House Hooligan. Yeah. Don't Look Back in Anger. Wonderwall. Yeah, I'll go Morning Glory.
Half the World Away. Did you like that one?
I like them.
No,
my
she's
son's
electric.
gotten into them lately. That YouTube just opens up a whole library of music for the tykes. And I love it. I love that it's like, I just want to watch Oasis videos. I'm like, all right, sweet.
I feel like those Gallagher brothers could just hate each other forever, and every once in a while say, all right, let's go do some, you want to make $10 million? Let's go do some shows.
Yeah, why not?
Certainly wouldn't be the first band to hate each other and make millions of dollars afterwards.
Rolling Stones.
Them, Beatles had their moments.
They hate each other?
No, there was Well, wasn't there a time where the Stones weren't talking to each other?
I thought that's the case.
I feel like now, though.
Was it Mick Jagger wrote a book and went all off on Keith Richards?
I mean, I'm assuming they've all hated each other at some point.
That's the nature of the beast.
Geez, they've been together, 60 years? I'm sure they've had some spats somewhere along the way.
For sure. I think more earlier on. I don't know if it's after 60 years, I'm done with this Keith Richards.
Didn't Joe Perry and Steven Tyler have fallen out?
Oh, I don't know.
I would assume, yes. I mean, I'm assuming every rock band has had some kind of fallout.
Yeah.
Eagles, Fleetwood Mac.
Oasis blows. Deport those whiny Brits forever. I saw System of a Down at Soldier Field, and they shredded it. Doug, that's Admiral Pegger. He's an admiral.
Sounds like it. We have a lot of Navy veterans listen to us.
That's correct. His last name just happens
especially
to be
admirals.
Pegger.
You think it's James Pegger?
Jimmy Pegger?
Yeah, Jimmy Peggs.
I could have seen it being Jimmy Pegger. He's an admiral. James Hatfield and the troll Lars Ulrich. That's from Dude's Rug. Doug, what does that mean?
I don't have any idea.
We're talking Metallica? Metallica?
Dude's Rug? What does that mean?
I don't know.
So they're saying that they had a feud as well, perhaps. Those two prominent, prominent Metallica.
Nice, Martin. In understanding the text inbox is an important thing on this program.
This guy says the Mills brothers run each other's throats. I don't buy that for a second. I don't buy it for a second.
You can text in 314-399-9646. It's sponsored by Air Comfort Service, the text inbox. You can also talk it over with other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Submarine veteran here, ask me anything. That's from the Rogue Onion, Doug. So if you want to talk with
submarine veteran,
he's doing an ask me anything in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. So you can go in there.
Would that be the worst place to be, or one of the worst in the military, to be in a submarine? Get that claustrophobic feel.
You ever seen Crimson Tide? It's a good movie.
I've never seen it.
I have.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, Gene Hackman, Denzel.
Has there been a Movie Boy on it yet?
No.
What's next on Movie Boy?
So at the end of the month, we have a Paul Thomas Anderson movie coming out. And at the beginning of October, Daniel Day-Lewis is coming out of retirement. And because the movie came out this week in 2007, it feels like a great time to talk about There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood.
Yeah.
Will Gareth be on?
No, I think I'm going to solo this.
Oh,
be the
really?
Daniel Plainview of my own life.
Is Gareth demanding more money?
Yeah, he's real.
See,
he's tough. He's charging a hard bargain after that Spike Lee pod.
Really?
Yeah.
It kind of blew up, didn't it?
Yeah, he had a great take about, Mo Bear Blues, and now he wants more money.
Yeah, I can see that.
Libby Jackie DiCaprio says he went to the Oasis show in L.A. this weekend. Awesome.
That's cool.
Doug, would you go? Would you go to
this
SoFi
weekend?
Stadium?
I didn't go anywhere this
I would
weekend.
never step foot in that place.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering.
Never would.
Missouri is playing USC for the national championship in the college football playoff.
Nope.
Would it bother you?
Missouri is playing Illinois in the Final Four, and the winner gets Kansas. It's at SoFi Stadium.
Nope.
Wow.
If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Oh, Martin.
Would it bother you if the stadium being empty in the middle of the night, there was an earthquake and brought it down to rubble?
You see, I don't want the people who work at the stadium to lose out on any money that they might have.
This guy's altruistic, man.
So it can stay up, but I don't have to like it.
Okay.
I'm in the same boat. If Marquette made the Final Four and it was at SoFi, I've said I can't go.
Can't.
Oh, is that right?
I can't go. I just can't do it.
Couldn't look
I'd
myself in the
probably
mirror.
see Smithers when I walked in the building, and I would just want to jump. I couldn't do it.
Let's see what we got here. Can I call into Movie Boy and do my milkshake reenactment? That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. Do you take calls on Movie Boy?
No. Take your emails, but I won't. No live calls.
Is there video?
Not yet.
Not yet.
To come. A lot of cool things coming.
So when you're doing the show solo, you'll just sit there and talk by yourself for an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Yeah.
Taking a shot at QFTA?
Yeah.
Papers is in there with me on QFTA, though.
That's true. Might be someone who will hop on with me to talk about There Will Be Blood, but if not, yeah, that would just be me talking.
For an hour and a half or so?
It probably wouldn't go that long.
Okay.
Just talking about one movie there, but if I have someone with me, yeah, I can go 2 or 3 hours.
Guys, Oasis played at the Rose Bowl, thanks. It's from Snoozy.
That's awesome.
Now,
You
why
could have
is that
seen the
awesome?
sunset.
Yeah. See, now if it's at the Rose Bowl, I'm all there.
It's not the only stadium with a sunset.
It's the best one.
I would like to go to the Rose Bowl. I've never been there.
It seems awesome.
Missouri was figuring out that Auburn was running the same play over and over again from playing Jameis Winston at the Rose Bowl for the national championship. That still smarts 12 years later.
Mm-hmm. Boy, howdy.
Amen. All right, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, you know anything? Martin, you know anything about Design Air?
I do. Tim, they've been around for more than a century. Family-owned, Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation. And what that means to you is you've got a company, a family you can count on for decades. So when you get that furnace replaced, air conditioning repaired, there's a company that's going to stand behind their work. On top of that, they make sure not to add to your stress. If you're having issues in the summer, the winter, you just want to get it fixed. You don't want somebody there that's doing a repair that's trying to, hey, what if we tried this? You can tell when you're being sold something you don't need. They make sure they're not doing it. It's one of the reasons Design Air has been so successful and why our listeners are always writing in with their success stories themselves, having somebody come out, get the job done, and doing it right. DesignairService.com, that is the website to go to. Longest running TMA sponsor. So support them. If you hate this show, support them. If you love this show, support them. DesignairService.com for all your heating and cooling needs year round.
It is TMA. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And we are giving away Blues and Brews tickets for today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Contest winner receives 2 tickets to Blues and Brews next Friday, September 19th at the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. Get fired up for the blues season at this outdoor street party featuring live music from the band Perry, plus appearances by blues players and alumni, food trucks, on-stage festivities hosted by 101 ESPN's Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale, and more. Tickets are on sale now for Blues and Brews, presented by Bud Light, 101 ESPN, 92.3 WIL, and Scott Lee Heating Company. Find all the details at 101ESPN.com. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Universal Windows Direct has a wonderful deal going on here for TMA listeners in the month of September. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and you'll pay no interest over 3 whole years. You can call them at 314-334-2522 for your free in-home estimate today. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. With September here, kids are back in school, vacations winding down, time to refocus on the house and talk with the people at Universal Windows Direct. This September, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus get $500 off your entire home improvement project, all with 0% financing for 3 years. Don't wait. Lock in your comfort now. Call them at 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to book your free estimate today. It's Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit on how many windows purchased. UniversalWindowsDirect.com. Give them a call at 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Doug, does this take you back to 96? Dimitri Young triple?
Boy, does it ever. Yeah, right there in 96.
Tony Bank. Felony. Making a trip to Macomb.
That didn't go over well.
With Tony Banks as a surprise guest, would there be a second question problem? No, there'd be a fourth question problem.
I have no idea how or why, Martin, but when I did the program with Jim Edmonds, the great John Seymour, the Sea Monster, booked Tony Banks, and he was a wonderful guest.
No, I think he was always fun.
Mm-hmm.
He would get booed off the field, and he would say, "I would have booed me too." I mean, and he worked for Big Ten Media for a while, I think.
Yeah.
No, he would be.
Yeah, he was a good guy. He wasn't a great quarterback. They used to say his hands were too small. Remember that?
A lot of fumbles.
Mm-hmm.
Vermeil loved him.
Missouri fans were all over the officiating crew on Saturday in Columbia, and it turns out they actually were bad, and now they are not going to be able to call the game that they were scheduled to call this Friday. This story from Heather Dinich of ESPN just posted. A Big 12 officiating crew has been reprimanded following a rules violation in Missouri's 42-31 win against Kansas on Saturday, the conference announced. The play occurred in the first quarter after Missouri's first touchdown when the Tigers were flagged for unsportsmanlike conduct. Kansas blocked the extra point attempt, and the ensuing kickoff was illegal. The Big 12 officials allowed a punt to occur on a free kick in violation of Rule 2, Section 16, Article 6 of NCAA football rules. That Big 12 officiating crew has been removed from its next scheduled assignment on Friday.
You had to kick that off and not punt it, right?
Free kick. Has to be a free kick, right? That's the rule.
Well,
after
but
safety,
is it a punt or a place kick?
It's a free kick. I don't know, but I believe that's the rule. After a safety, the team
told you that, Arch?
Kicks a free kick, and that's, I guess, different than a punt. I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
I thought a free kick was like you get a field goal where they, at the end of the game or something, because you're never rushed on a kick,
right? And they don't kick it. They're not rushed after a safety.
I have another question. Had Kansas returned that blocked extra point, how many points did they get for that?
2.
Okay.
We were in lockstep on that. I was thinking that because I think the guy made it to the 50-yard line.
Yeah, for a while. It looked like he was going to go all the way with it. And I was thinking, how many points are they going to get for that?
Oh, I got it. So they must perform a free kick from their own 20-yard line. This free kick can be a punt, drop kick, or place kick. And
drop kick. You don't see a lot of those.
Yeah. So I don't understand what the problem is.
So it sounds like it could be either.
Well, was it supposed to be a kick off and not?
No, if there was a safety, it would have to be a free kick.
Safety? I thought it was the unsportsmanlike.
No, this was after the safety.
Tim just read it was after the unsportsmanlike.
I read it was after the safety.
Oh, doggone it.
I mean, Heather Dinich's article says it was after the unsportsmanlike conduct.
Got it. Okay.
And that led to the shorter field, right, for Kansas.
But Mizzou punted, right? Mizzou punted after the first touchdown, the Madhari touchdown. They get the unsportsmanlike, and then Mizzou punts off to start after the violation.
Oh, do you like the term punts off?
No, I don't care for it,
I had a feeling you were going to be mad.
Because it's hard, because no one ever punts off.
We're just as confused as the officials were. They lost their jobs.
Should Mizzou have been flagged for batting that ball on that strip sack on the safety?
Yes.
Yeah.
We were both at the game, so I didn't know at the time, but going back to rewatch it, in my mind, no question about it. And Lance, is it Martin Leipold? We've been corrected by Keith from Milwaukee. Is he on hold just like Pestis from Festus?
Not at this moment, but check back with me in like 30 seconds.
I think it's Leipold, but we want to say Leopold, but I think it's Leipold.
The Kansas head coach was all over the officiating crew for that, and I think he was right on that one.
I was reading from Eli Hoff, who commented on it. He's the Post-Dispatch Mizzou writer, and he said he assumed it was a safety, but he's not positive, and he didn't. This is niche, he said.
This is niche.
I think it is, because after the unsportsmanlike, Mizzou punted it. I was like, why the hell did they just punt it? And they just gave him a short field, but they had the penalty, and I forgot about that. I don't know why they punted it. I thought it was because Bob Meyer, they weren't confident in him kicking off, and I was like, oh boy. But he kicked off to start the game.
Yeah. So we've settled nothing here.
Well, I do wonder if you could you get a crew from, the Big Ten, maybe even the ACC, instead of a Big 12 crew, because you got a team from the Big 12, a team from the SEC. if possible.
Let's get those replacement refs that they had in the NFL back.
You like those ones?
I like those. I like when you have like
they had a situation in Seattle with the Packers, if memory serves. Was that a Monday night game?
It was, yeah.
That caused problems.
Yeah. I really loved that, like, the most profitable sports league in the world for a couple weeks had guys who were, like, reffing Pop Warner games 2 weeks ago.
It's a hard game to officiate, too. There's so many crazy things that happen, so many rules and so many crazy things that could potentially make a big difference in the game.
And at home, you see a slow-mo replay. Like, oh, they blew it.
Right. Yeah.
And in the moment, it's like that.
And you might not even see it. There could be 5 guys between you and the ball and where the guy stepped out of bounds. If you're not just in the perfect spot, there's a lot of things you won't see.
Good Lord, Doug. Show prep, ass. That's from Maxwell Hung.
I was wrong on that. Look how high my hand is.
Look how high his hand is.
Touching the ceiling.
Look how high my hand is. Yeah. That's on me, not Doug.
You thought we were talking about the safety.
Yes, I was reading from Eli Hoff, who talked about the safety, but I think that he said afterwards, he's like, I'm not sure that was the play that they're talking about.
Because the safety is always followed by the punt.
Right, and a free kick apparently could be anything, so I don't see why that would be a problem.
Hey, Tim, nice Insta reel. Good vibes. Doug, that's from Big Paz.
We didn't need
I did like, nice I turned my volume all the way up and got to hear. It felt like I was in the crowd for a little.
You know, I did an interview with somebody for Sound Story yesterday. We're doing business interviews. Doug, you familiar with the boutique There She Goes?
No, I'm not.
I think it'd be odd if any of the 5 of us would be familiar with it.
There She Goes.
Popular for ladies, 20s, 30s.
Oh.
I don't want to limit it to the demographic.
I thought it was a Harry Carey boutique. That's what he always said on a long
What did
ball.
you say? There
she goes. Way back. It might be. It could be. Yeah.
And she's
That's
like,
what he said.
I built my whole Instagram, my whole business via Instagram. And I'm like, I gotta do it. I got to do it. And I got plenty of stuff, but then all it does is it leads to what you call, Doug, not me, the hillbilly community attacking me. And I'm just like, then let them attack. It's fine.
You got attacked for an Instagram post?
Oh, God, I get attacked for anything.
And what was the post?
It was just the Mr. Brightside. They played it 3 times at Faroe Field on Saturday.
The fans singing? You had?
Correct.
Okay.
But I could post anything, and it's going to get it. But that's the deal. But again, that puts food on the table. And if I want more food and I want a larger table, then I guess I just got to be willing to go ahead and do it.
How big a table you need?
I don't know. I'd like a nicer table.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay. I don't know if I'll go that route, but I'll tell you, if I could have had video of the 2 inches of raw sewage at my house, I would have posted it.
Would you?
I would have, absolutely. Yeah. Or while we were getting on the verge of being trampled, like, was that Astro World, Jackson?
Yes.
Yeah, that probably would have been a good video. So I have some good stuff. I just don't share it with anybody.
Yeah.
I might text you guys, but other than that, it just kind of stays on my phone.
I might play some Astro World coming back.
Are you really?
We stumbled into a theme.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm like, all right, you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll start. And sure enough, it's like, you know, that song's about getting cucked. It's not the flex you think. Did you get that video by standing on a step stool? And I'm like,
block him.
That's
block
fine.
him.
That's the deal. This is the life we've chosen. Was that Hyman Roth who said it?
Yeah.
And
topless.
that was Lee Strasberg, and he had an acting school, but he decided to play Hyman Roth.
He sure did.
Reason.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was topless.
He was.
Yeah.
Big hairy nipples.
That's what you want to see out of an 85-year-old gentleman.
That's right.
People want to see Gabe. He's 49.
That's always the funniest in like mob shows is like this like old, usually Italian man is like the one you're like so like scared, like Carmine Lupertazzi in Sopranos, the great Tony Lip. You're like, this is the most feared man in all of New York, and he's like eating tapioca at 6:30 p.m. before bed.
It is amazing. Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? Fine. And if it allows people to feel better themselves by attacking me, it's fine. It'll have zero impact on the day. But if it allows me, Doug, watch this, more food, larger table,
bigger tables,
then fine. I've been being told this now for years. I need to embrace it. Then fine. We'll embrace it.
And
Lady built a whole business. There she goes.
But
there she goes.
Okay, Harry Carey. And people were upset that you videoed the Mizzou crowd singing the song. That's
think
what got them?
I'm now more aware because I work with that gentleman from St. Louis Starter Packs, who I think is a wizard, Brett Knowles. He works with me and Chairman Kurt on Sound Story. And so I'm starting to pay attention to these metrics. Jackson, you pay attention to the metrics?
I don't, but I'm aware of them existing.
So this stupid video has been viewed 5,100 times. And all it is me holding up the phone at the Mizzou game. We got plenty of other stuff, too. And then you can see the breakdown of the demographics. But of the 5,100 views, only a couple are personal attacks. But fine, they can all be personal attacks. That's fine. Again, more food, larger table. Maybe more temperate temperatures between October and April.
Well, how do you monetize that?
You build your brand. You use it as a vehicle to advertise. That's the gig.
Okay, and you need how many views before an advertiser might be interested?
It's not necessarily that, but you have a following, and then you can advertise your product via that following. That's the gig.
Okay.
That's Kim Kardashian.
Releasing a nude is a good way to get people talking about it.
That's why Charlie Marlowe was able to leave local television.
He released nudes? How many views do you think we'd get if we started releasing nudes?
I have a little button ween, and I think just from an elephant man standpoint, it'd be interesting.
Right. Kind of a freak show element to it all.
We would be fired, right? We would all be
but that's the slant.
Dispatched.
Like you do serious news.
So if I release a nude, you guys get whacked?
Oh, I think you would.
Worth it.
But you gotta do serious news naked. You know,
there was a show that did that.
I think there was.
There was.
Really?
I think it was called the Naked News right?
Network. Yeah.
They would start out dressed, and then the women would take their clothes off as a newscast.
Oh, the ones I would watch were guys.
Oh well,
Gabe's missing
different
out.
channel.
That's exactly right. The Colonel has the opportunity.
But you wouldn't. My idea is you wouldn't acknowledge it. You just are. You're sitting there naked.
I think that's what they
really?
they did.
Gabe had his State of the Tigers last night, and the shirt off came up again and again.
Does he acknowledge it, or is he now in ignore mode?
He did a little bit more acknowledgement of thinking it came from this corner of the world.
Did he acknowledge this program?
Yes.
Oh, he did?
By name?
We bullied him into it.
I believe it was by name. I was listening early this morning. But
Okay.
Fun fact, people don't realize that Sixpence None the Richer is a Christian rock band. That's from Mr. Licks.
Okay.
Sixpence None the Richer?
It's a terrible band name.
It's really wordy.
And that's from the 1999 film She's All That. Kiss Me, is that the name of the song?
Yeah.
And the lead singer had a little Prince Valiant haircut, didn't she?
Really?
Did he?
She.
She? Who?
Arch?
Oh, yeah.
Mrs. Licks tells me there she goes as a diamond in the rough and is a big fan of the boutique. It's from Mr. Licks. Yeah, she built the whole business on Instagram. I'm like, all right, I gotta just go do it. Fine. So here, I'm small, I'm bald, whatever you want to say. It's fine. Have at it. If my comment section is your dopamine hit, fine. More food, bigger table, temperate climate in the off season. That's all we're looking for.
Well,
so we're all winning.
I
We're
see.
reciprocating.
Well, a lot of
I went
texters-
down there, now you got to go down there.
No.
That's the way that it works.
I think you're trying too hard. A lot of texters are saying they'll just bring you food and bring you tables.
bring
and
me the
food.
table?
They'll bring you the table.
Mm. All right.
There you go.
All right.
Begging for
All right.
tables.
So I'm back
News
to a gift to you,
segment.
Bo Jackson.
Nice. Good to have you back.
Thank you. Martin, it is 10 o'clock, and I know that you've got Tuesdays are always tough, the toughest onboardings.
Yeah, we've had a lot of issues lately that have come up, and we're going to review. Unfortunately, one of them today is what if there's a 4-minute clip that the producer won't play? And we are, and it's been suggested by Chaim you could just speed it up.
I
but
truly apologize about that.
Oh,
by the
it's
way.
fine.
What are you apologizing for?
I should have just played it and not hemmed and
You got a
hawed
little
around.
pissy. You got a little pissy.
Yeah, probably.
I think you were pissy because you're like, well, you guys should have told me. But honestly, I don't think any of us knew about it.
Right. I just
But you knew about it, and you probably thought we knew about it.
either that and like yeah.
What? We said either that, and then you just said yeah.
I just like I thought it was such a nothing that like it was like I'll just leave it because I don't want to cut it and then like it.
You don't want to pay it no mind,
right? And like make it a bigger deal than it was.
I have to tell you, I follow that
because like social media backlash, like a couple hundred people were like, Jamie doesn't know what he's talking about with Mizzou football. It's like
So
read the text line every day. That's what it looks like.
So
I
so
see
you
what you're
actually
saying.
kind of just didn't want to give it more life,
I get
more
that.
oxygen.
Yeah, just
Because that was more than the logistics of
But
it
then if
being
you
a
would have
long
said
clip.
that, I had that because you're playing to me. Now you're throwing me my red meat because you know where I am on that stuff.
Right.
Yeah, if you had just said, guys, it's so stupid, let's not make it a bigger deal than it already is.
Right, but once it comes, it's like Chechov's gun. Once the gun appears,
Chechov's gun.
What in the?
Don't ever talk like that again in my presence.
It's like it's from a play. Like if you show,
I figured that part.
This, if you're writing, like if you show the gun has to be used somewhere in the production.
You were too
You don't
far
just
in.
put something in there for no reason.
And what's it called again?
Chechov's gun.
Chechov's gun. Who's Chechov and why is he
I
chirping?
believe he's a playwright.
Okay.
Russian, I believe.
But if we bring up the clip and I don't play the clip, that's doing a disservice to the
But I
audience.
brought up the clip.
Right. So once it
But
came
I only
up,
brought it up because we kept getting texts about it.
for sure. But once it comes up, then it has to be played. And I should have known that. That's my fault.
But I have to say also, we get plenty of texts about kind of like social media things.
Sure.
And I'm like, I'm not interested in
Yeah.
engaging in that nonsense. I don't really care.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It's, you know, so I didn't know. But I mean, this is on 101. So this isn't like guys arguing on a, you know, take your pick of whatever
Right.
social media platform.
Right. And part of it was the length of the clip because I don't want to like cut it and then miss out some context.
I get
'cause
that.
Those are our guys. You know, I just didn't want to.
There's a lot going on there.
Right. It came up for about a second in my mind this morning while I was prepping, and I was just like, bah. Get some more coffee.
Cut his mic. I don't want to hear about a Russian's gun. This is a St. Louis sports radio show. Damn it. It's from Mr. Licks.
I think that's a good way to end every text. This is a St. Louis sports radio show.
And
Damn
it's
it.
also, people are pointing out it's Chekhov.
Chekhov's.
Were you
Okay.
saying Chesh?
I said Chesh.
The Cheshire. You like the
Chekhov.
Cheshire? Yeah.
I did enjoy it. Probably predates Jackson, though, Martin.
But Basso down below the Cheshire.
Yeah, but when
Wonderful.
it was a cocktail lounge,
Open
quite
till
a scene.
3 a.m. maybe?
Oh, pony.
Yeah, right.
Because at 1 a.m.
P-O-N-Y, you ain't got no alibi. It's a pony.
At
Jackson
1
is a pony.
At 1 a.m. you just needed to stay out just a little longer. You just needed one
no,
more
that's when you
drink.
headed to the stag
Open
bar.
till 3.
I can't be up till 3. I can't party that long.
We were headed to my house, and my wife goes, God, doesn't it sound good? And it's like 8.
Yeah.
Just to go to bed. We brought the Roku, could watch some of The Wire, sit there and just, I mean, there it is. This is even Paul Rudd, who was his wife in the This Is 40. That's where I am.
Leslie Mann.
Leslie
Thank
Mann.
you,
Good
Chairman.
work, Chairman.
Yeah. That's what it was. It's like
Yeah.
we're heading to this club. We have a table, and all we want to do is go back to our, hotel and watch shows. 20 years earlier, maybe even 10 years earlier. Not even on the plan. Yeah, it's the
Wait
deal.
for another 20 years. You're going to wish you could go to Miss Sherry's cafeteria at 3:30 in the afternoon.
At halftime, Doug stops watching the game. He literally leaves his couch at halftime to get a quick bite.
At Miss Sherry's, what do you get? You get that Jello, orange Jello, lime Jello.
Yeah, a lot of meatloaf, that kind of thing.
Jackson loves the meatloaf. at his house.
Sounds great.
Doug's like, we just want to be home before dark.
It's got to be soft food, of course.
You know, in Knocked Up, Paul Rudd is in Knocked Up. That's before This Is 40. It's the essentially spinoff. And he does a fancy baseball scene where he's in Orioles gear. I wonder who made him did that because he's such a big Royals guy.
Who made him do that? Not who made him did that.
Who made him do that? Is that not what I said?
You said, I wonder who made him
Chechov?
did that.
Did I?
Yes.
Oh,
I was offended.
delirious. But he's such a big Royals guy. Like, I wonder how that happened. Nice drive-by take there.
It's not a bad take.
I just don't get it, you know?
No, I don't get it.
Would you
either.
be a guest speaker at onboarding one day? Would you mind?
Be prepared for a long onboarding. I'd go off the rails.
That is Jackson Burkett, who's talking to Martin about onboarding, which Martin is heading to right now. The 10 o'clock hour coming your way. This is TMA, presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you wanted it? You got it.
Okay.
My buddy, Dr. Jack Neerman, had a subwoofer in the back of his 1985 Chevy Cavalier.
Oh, did he really?
Subwoofer was worth more than the car. That's old money, bitch.
And it only really works if you just play it super loud, right?
Yeah, and when you drive around Francis Park, the ladies flock.
I bet they love that, yeah. Nobody loves it except the guy in the car who's thinking, I am really macho because my radio is really loud.
Especially when you can't fit your golf clubs in the trunk because it's all subwoofer.
Golf clubs weren't a problem for us. TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at approximately 10:45. That is coming your way here on the Stiefel dossier, and we welcome you to compete against legends like Riot's dad, Buck Swope, and Midge, all competing for the festivities. Last night, the Chicago Bears losing to the Minnesota Vikings. It looked good. I was all excited when I went to bed. The combination of NyQuil and the pills that I take, I shut it down, went to bed, going, oh, the Bears are going to win. I'm going 5-2 on the FanDuel spread zone. Stalter's going 5-2 on the FanDuel spread zone. Riz is going 5-2 on the FanDuel spread zone. And then, alas, J.J. McCarthy got it all back together, and he hit Justin Jefferson, Aaron Jones, Caleb Williams couldn't make magic, and the Bears lose. The Vikings cover. I go 4-3, but those guys still went 5-2. Still a good week for the podcast. I don't know how Manningcast went. Did you tune in, Jackson? You've been a Manningcast guy?
I just tuned in for like the Bill Murray parts.
Yeah.
And it was mostly just Bill Murray staring at that They just got to have a better setup. It's like, it's all crosstalk. It's like,
crosstalk meaning they're talking over each other.
Yeah, crosstalk, talking over each other. It's all on like bad Zoom connections. It feels very COVID times, and we are obviously way outside of that 5 years later.
Got it.
But Bill Murray's just like standing there being like, and like, he's not like...
Was he in a good place, or was he in a place where he didn't really want to be doing it?
He's kind of, I've seen a good amount of interviews, he's no longer very bubbly. Or even bubbly at all.
Yeah.
He's still hilarious and has great stories and, I think articulates himself very well and speaks well, but like he's not warm by any means. But I mean, they used to have Belichick on and you want to talk about warm. So, he was fine, but I didn't watch much of it because I love Buck and Aikman.
It's on the entire length of the game?
Yes, sir. They don't
so that's a long time for anybody to be entertaining.
For sure.
Sit here and say funny things for 3 hours, please.
And they don't know whether to broadcast the game or just sit there and watch it.
That's always a tough spot.
Yeah, it's tough.
Well, Peyton Manning is trying to go for the ultimate guest. Doug, take a listen.
To let the people know that you tried the book, a big-time fourth guest. Is it true that you failed the book, Chicago native Pope Leo XIV?
Yeah, kind of like I failed to recruit Randy Moss to Tennessee. I couldn't close the Pope, but I made the effort, Eli. That's the kind of effort we make here at ESPN2. I tried my hardest. Can we show the letter? Look at these two handwritten letters I wrote. I wrote His Holiness himself, and I wrote his executive assistant. This is an open invitation. Come on the show anytime. It's you, it's Tiger Woods, it's Bradley Cooper, it's President Bush, it's Larry David. Y'all are our most wanted on that list for the Manning Cast. Come anytime. We'd love to have you, Your Holiness.
He's not going on that show.
The Pope?
Yes. Don't you think that would kind of lower his image or something if he went on a funny football show? It's not what popes do. It's not what they do.
Everyone's looking at me. I don't know if I'm
because Doug directed the question.
I know. I just don't know if I'm the authority on the comings and goings of the Pope.
I think it's I think it's unlikely, but I wouldn't be totally shocked if he ended up doing it at some point, especially for a Bears game.
I don't know. I just don't think that the purpose of the Pope is not really to be a celebrity and have fun on TV shows.
Probably optics-wise.
Yeah,
there's better things he could be doing with his time.
No. But it's worth a shot from his point of view, I guess.
Got nothing to lose.
Right. Be a big score if he got him, but if you were advising the Pope, I would think you'd probably say, probably not.
When was the last time you wrote a handwritten letter? That's got to be going way back.
Yeah, it does. My handwriting's so bad I don't even try anymore.
Oh, it's brutal.
I got to write a check, but I don't even know where my checkbook is.
Right.
And I don't know what to do.
You have to, like, this has to be paid by check.
If you go to a bank, they'll give you a temporary check.
I guess that's what I'll do. God almighty. Yeah, the way I was paying this one bill, they switched it up. And for whatever reason, the wire isn't working. And so it's like, okay, I'll just write a check. I have no idea where the checkbook is. I haven't written a check in so damn long. It's just all e-pay.
I've never written a check in my life.
Is that right? How about
Never.
that? How about that? Doug Man's 27 years old. He never wrote a check.
Never have had to.
Do you know how?
Yeah. We learned about that in school.
Why don't you write a check?
I don't even have a checkbook.
Just so you can say, well, I've written a check.
I kind of like having that on my mantle.
Okay.
Mr. No Check over here.
Chekhov's gun.
There we go. Full circle. If the checkbook shows up, you got to get paid.
Just the price of having checks printed for you is enough to not write checks. Those have gone up considerably.
Really? Like you have to get a checkbook, you have to...
Yeah, you got to pay to have the check sent to you.
Got it.
I forget what I paid the last time. I think it was like $40 or $50 to have the checks printed.
I love writing checks. It's so old school. I have like 4 checkbooks. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I saw, talking about old school, I saw a story on the network news the other day. Maybe I said this on this show already, where it was kind of becoming a thing where some young people like to have a landline telephone.
Oh, really?
They think it's fun to sit there and talk with the big receiver, and the parents like it because they can kind of keep track of what their kids are talking about, who they're talking to.
Like they're eavesdropping?
Yeah, kind of. You can't go squirrel yourself away in your bedroom with your cell phone and talk to who knows who. I mean, this is not for kids, that are 17 or 18, but kids that are 12, 13.
Like it's retro to be using a landline.
Kind of, yeah. That's what
Like
these kids were
vinyl.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah. But I feel like they would want like a rotary phone.
Yeah.
I'll write a blank check to Tim. He can put whatever amount he wants on it. That's from MD 2020.
We don't need that sort of limit.
Tim, I'll write you a check. Heart emoji. That's from that one guy.
Ask if they'll pay your bills for you.
That isn't a bad idea.
Skip the middle. You don't have to be a middleman in this.
Guys, checks are free through Bank of America. That's from Hunchback of Vaughn
Are
Castle.
they really? Well, that's where I am. I don't get free checks. I don't know if you want your name and address on them and everything. It's not free.
Landlines are coming back. It's from the 314.
I don't see really why.
No.
You're going to sell your landline stuff?
Feels like we kind of nailed it with the old smartphone. Like this will do. You can make a call. You could, pay every bill. You can open your doors.
But if you worked in an office, if you're in a cube farm, you might rather be using the company's
I'm sure there's
landline than your own
yeah,
cell phone.
I'm sure there's certain situations where a landline might be better, but by and large, I'd say
probably not coming back.
When the iPhone came out, I think we kind of nailed it.
Yeah.
Whose desk do I need to crawl under to get a text right on this god-awful show?
Oh.
It's from the 314. It was sent in caps with 4 exclamation points.
Ooh. It's always the recipe.
And he's happy that his text was read, even though we don't have his name or anything.
Correct, and he won't be able to have his name saved until October 1st.
Okay.
When Jackson will...
Them's the breaks,
You can come up with a name. Just politely say, hey, Jackson, could you please update my name from this number and give me the name?
Yeah. Billy D.
Billy D. Williams, call 45. Works every time. Think about it. Email in morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. And online at igotfloored.com. igotflooring.com. You can go online at igotfloor.com and get 3 free samples from Proximity Mills right now. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the last 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not just pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloor.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals and Mariners tonight, 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Miles Michaels on the mound for the Cardinals. Brian Wu on the mound for the Mariners. That's our Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
101 ESPN. Get involved in the program. Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. And Doug, Jackson poses this question here. There's been a lot of discourse around who does and should cover sports. Easy criticism is always dumping on people who haven't played the game. What is the vibe here? Can't everybody?
Oh.
Can't everybody what?
Finish? I'm probably good. I don't remember.
What in the world's going on right now?
Oh, I forgot to finish the question. I can finish it. Oh. I'll do it live.
Okay, well, do it live.
I'll do it live. Basically, what's the vibe here? Like, what do you think? Do you have to cover sports differently if you didn't play versus playing? Are there some takes that should be reserved for people who did play versus people who didn't?
For example, was this a byproduct of Jamie Rivers catching hell?
No. It was a byproduct, I believe, Ryan.
Because people are saying, what does Jamie Rivers know about college football because he played hockey? I got cut from everything.
Right, yeah.
What do I know?
Exactly. No, this was...
That's where I thought it was coming from.
I would say it's part of it. Yeah. But last week, I believe late last week, Ryan Clark on one of those panel shows went after a columnist who was on their panel saying, like, that's the non-player in you giving that take. And it's like, if you can just always say, well, you didn't play so you don't, like, have a... opinion, like I don't know.
I have to say, I think that there is something to, but I think you can say, I mean, of course, you can always say things differently, but I think that there's validity to saying if you haven't been in a locker room or you haven't experienced the arena, then you probably don't know what I know because I was lucky enough to be able to do it, or however you want to couch it, and then give that take. I mean, I realize for those of you, and I'm very grateful that people have listened to the show a long time, and some of you are new, so for some people this isn't repetitive. But when I was doing the show with Edmonds, and it was during the Cardinal playoff series, and I think they had lost a game to the Dodgers, and he kind of goes, well, I mean, the truth is we really don't know because we're not in the clubhouse, and so anything we're saying on here is speculation. And I go, oh, my God, with one throwaway sentence, the man just blew up the entire industry because that is what is going on. But... you know, plenty of people talk about teams and athletes and whether they're pulling for them or pulling against them in a benign manner, and that is essentially what the industry is. Now, you will have people who cover teams, but I think, Doug, having been, doing this in your case since the 70s, in my case since the 90s, we've seen how it's changed, and we were making an observation earlier that now... and I don't think this is limited to sports, people cover things in a way to get engagement and give people what they want as opposed to actually what may be going on because it is where the money is. But the reality of our conversation is this is what we think, but, there's a very good chance that we could be wrong. And I think one of the things is, well, if you're not down there, man, I was down there, and I know what it's like, and you were definitely down there. You were down there 10 times as much as I was down there. It's not like if you're down there where you're getting information. It's just, it's a kind of a dogma thing. I don't think you hear it as much anymore, and by down there, I mean being at the games. Mm-hmm. That was like, it's kind of like a thing, and I don't like to, it's just kind of an old school thing.
Yeah.
The reality is, if this show didn't have any sales, but all three of us were down at the clubhouse every day, trust me, we wouldn't be around. That's the way that the business really works. Now, people might not want to hear that, but that is reality. And also, having been down there, it's not like, oh, since you're here, let me tell you what's really going on.
Right.
So that becomes a way to discredit people. I do think that there is value, of course, to having actually played the game at a high level because you can understand some things, but still that doesn't mean that you know what's going on just because you did play the game at a high level. And so I feel like it can be a way to be dismissive of an opinion that you just don't like.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you're never going to get an entire media base made up of former players. That's just never going to happen.
Especially recent players, because most of the ones who played recently, for the most part, have made so much damn money.
Don't need it, wouldn't want to do it, have no interest in it. And some of the top broadcasters and writers didn't play at all. It doesn't mean their opinions are meaningless. It may not carry as much weight as a guy who played, but nonetheless, there is an appetite among the public for people to talk and show stories about their favorite teams.
Sure.
And you've got to have that done by people who are interested in doing the work.
Yeah, but there's some coaches out there, great coaches, all-time coaches, who didn't play at a high level at all. You know?
Yeah, Dick Vermeil was one. Belichick.
Right.
Mike Schilt didn't play, but you think he's going to lose his job anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's the exception.
I don't believe Red Auerbach played a lot of NBA basketball.
Right.
He won the slam dunk contest in 40.
I don't think he did. But they're talking
1948
about
slam
they're
dunk
talking
contest.
about media people being critics.
Yeah.
So if you want people as a fan to talk about your team and your sport, you're going to hear a lot of voices discussing it.
Right.
And many of those are going to be people that didn't play. It's just the way it is, and I don't see any way out of that unless you can convince very wealthy professional athletes to stop what they're doing now and go into the media and make, what they did in one day as a professional athlete, what they can now make in a year.
Right.
Doug, Ken Hitchcock didn't play either. That's in the 618.
No, a lot of them didn't.
Did Saban play at all?
He played college. I don't think he played in the pros.
Okay.
He was a
And Jimmy
safety.
Johnson, of course, was a defensive tackle on a national championship.
Yeah, that part is true.
Yeah.
Surprising, but...
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Doug, you wouldn't mind telling me something about Design Air, right?
No, I wouldn't mind at all because they do such great work. They've been out to my house several times. Seth Goldcamp himself, and he's also sent some other people like the Dashing Steve. I've been lucky enough to see Larry the Silver Fox yet. But any technician that comes out to your house will be an absolute pro because that's who Design Air employs. And that's how they've stayed around since 1904. That's over a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy, not just another HVAC company. They also happen to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and we appreciate that loyalty. Seth Goldcamp is a fourth-generation family member that have owned this company and made it the best HVAC company in the St. Louis area. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. So visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman.
Design Air heating and cooling email of the day coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. We've had some long segments throughout the course of the program, going back to 7 a.m., which you can go back and podcast anytime you want via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, but that means we need to catch up on a break here. It's TMA 101 ESPN. MA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up on the program. Man, have you or your family seen a change? You're not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be getting older, work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you out. I've been out there. I have been tested in and out within 20 minutes. Super easy and friendly staff making it possible. So you can learn more about Mentality by going to mentalityhealth.com. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just feeling that something is off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. It's Mentality. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up, BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour, and the Fast Lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. That is all coming your way. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals, Mariners this evening, 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore, Tone Slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in a matter of moments. 100 West Dental has built brand new offices. They're located on Manchester in Baldwin with the most modern of technology, with the patient experience at the front of the mind. It's one of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. You can get that by going to 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. 100 West Dental, the great Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100 West Dental. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. My favorite sporting event to see live, that's an easy one. The Dinah Shore Classic. Walking around the gallery, it's like looking in a prominent brow bone mirror. Doug,
what does
that's
that
from
mean?
Midge. I don't know. I read whatever's in the teleprompter.
Brow bone. I don't get it.
No.
Midge.
How many TMA people change? How many guys are looking for strange? Where were you while Plowsy was getting high? Slowly walking down Camo V's hall. Caught him at the stepdad ball. Where were you while the Plowhawk was getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath his mudslide.
Oh.
No, this is a song.
Okay.
And a stepdad supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath Doug's mudslide.
Oh, God.
And a stepdad supernova. A stepdad supernova in the sky. And then it says dash fin dash. Do you like that when something does that?
That's the guy's name?
No, that's in.
Yeah.
The end,
I don't care
end
for
of the
it.
email, then also his name is Finn.
No,
I don't care
it's the
for it.
River de Pere yacht captain. He has a yacht on the River de Pere. You've seen it going up and
I
down.
have, yeah. River de Pere yacht captain.
Guys, I love your nitwittery and I listen every day. You know that I would rather die 1,000 painful deaths than disagree with Tim. But my actuarial science roots require intellectual honesty, and this needs to be addressed. This email of the day voting arrangement was originally Tim's vote being a tiebreaker as if it counted as 1.01 or 1.2 votes. Doug, 1.01 or 1.2 votes.
Okay.
Whatever. But at some point, it started getting counted for 2 votes plus the tiebreaker. And make no mistake, if multiple people are voting for someone other than Tim's vote, it just illustrates their stupidity. But that it how democracy works.
Oh.
But that it how democracy works.
Okay.
1 vote per person, but Tim's infinite wisdom counts as slightly more in case of a tie. What happened yesterday is a travesty. With all due respect, good sirs. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Compression Socks for the Olds.
Shooter McGravin, Vice President, Compression Socks for the Olds.
A missive from Grandpa Licks. Oh, this is fun. Mr. Licks sends in notes from his grandfather.
Okay.
Dearest fellows, permit me a moment of reflection from the sunroom of my Ladue estate, where my morning light glistens off the Waterford crystal as I sip a modest sherry. Before noon, I know. How scandalous, tee-hee. Do you think grandfathers born like in the 1930s would write tee-hee in a handwritten entry?
There's not many people still alive born in the 1930s.
No, but I do believe drinking before noon.
That's more likely than writing tee-hee?
Yeah, for sure.
Probably.
I agree with that.
You ever seen Mad Men? Always a couple fingers of scotch.
In my day, zip code rankings were not determined by business journals or some bean counter with a spreadsheet. They were established by the sheer quality of one's hedge maze, the circumference of one's koi pond, and the thickness of one's Ladue Garden Club newsletter. And yet I am told Clayton has somehow eclipsed Ledoux. Poppycock! The last time I ventured into Clayton, I had to valet my Bentley next to a Honda CRV. Do you know what that does to a man of my breeding? Like they're breeding in Ledoux?
I'm sure they are, yeah.
Mark my words. Ledoux shall not be usurped. If the Business Journal continues this farce, I shall rally the carriage horses, summon the town crier, and march down Clayton Road in full tails and top hat to reclaim our rightful throne. Consider this not a letter, but a declaration of war. Yours in eternal refinement, Grandpa Licks. So he's declaring war on Clayton?
It sounds like it. Grandpa Licks.
Where's that going to be fought? Like on Whiteout and Hanley?
Oh, boy. There is a border there between Clayton and Ledoux, obviously, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd say right on the border.
Yeah.
Where would that be? Clayton Road?
We'll have somebody check on that.
Okay, yeah. That's crowdsourcing. I couldn't be any sorrier than I am right now.
And finally, ours is the type of presentation where a legend in his own mind feels free to drop in at any time and do a live read for not the greatest steak Tim's ever had before issuing a Bill Clinton-esque denial that he did not berate that hostess. But he admits he was abrasive and basically tried to change the subject as much as possible to avoid follow-up questions before dropping an F-bomb and inadvertently revealing he has kids, which is unfortunate for everyone involved. Next up is Chairman Steve, who isn't buying the Legends BS explanation before going after Movie Boy for not engaging in casual sex in Chicago and providing an update on Gangster Pete's backwards hat that nobody asked for. Apparently, there's some clip of the fast lane going viral that Libby Jack didn't cut because he didn't feel like it and isn't going to cut it now because it's 4 minutes long. So now we're going to continue to badger him for longer than 4 minutes until he finally gives in and plays it at a super fast speed. So it sounds like Jamie Rivers got into his Adderall. What we definitely have time for is this extended So What'd Your Grandma Think intro, followed by Libby Jack waxing his own car. How funny said intro. Waxing his own car.
I didn't make it. I didn't make it.
That was Mike Ryder, wasn't it?
Well, I put the clips, like the clips that we put in there. But
So you are waxing your own car.
I guess. Well, hey, if you don't look out for yourself, no one will.
How funny said intro is before finally getting to Steve Sarkisian attempting to dunk on a student reporter by revealing he's never filmed him while using the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast, and that's what we have.
Swope.
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today.
Well, I'm a fan of compression socks, so I'm going to vote for Shooter McGavin, who's apparently the vice president of compression socks. Shooter McGavin.
I'm going Captain Finn.
Give me Grandpa Licks.
I will go with Grandpa Licks. Congratulations, Grandpa Licks. You have won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We got to go. Bye.